Hi, everybody. Stop being on dream. How we doing? Be down. Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. Not her smoke time. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. A party, a poet, a pawn and a king. I go up and down and over and out. Each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. Hi, everyone. But my heart just ain't gonna buy it. It was worth one single try. I'd jump up on a big bird and then I'd fly. I've been a puppet, a poet, a pirate, a poet, a pawn and a king. And over and out, and I know one thing. Each time I find myself laying flat on my face, I just pick myself back and get back in the race. That's life. That's life, everybody. But my heart just won't buy it. If there's nothing shaking come this here July, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and die. That one goes out to Austin Show. Austin motherfucking Show, everybody. Hi, hello. I'm sorry I was not live yesterday. That was unexpected. I don't know, man. It is that time of the month for me, and it is kicking my ass. I was down bad yesterday, and I still don't feel on top of things, but doesn't Austin owe you a letter? Yes, he does. Yes, I was on Will's stream the whole day. Wait, what? What was he doing on stream? I'm like, this is how down bad I am. I'm drinking at Celsius. Please get cast in Fallout Season 2 TV show. Oh, okay, sure. That way you can sing in the new Vegas Strip. Yeah, I'll get right on that. You don't have to lie. We know it's because you wanted to binge the first 3 episodes of Andor Season 2. You got me. You caught me. That's exactly why, I fucking hate this bitch, bro. Who, me? Because, I don't know who else you'd be talking about. It's quite the way to kick things off. Whatever happened to hi, how are you? You know, back in my day that we used to say hello. We used to say, hello, how are you? Well, maybe they're lost. Maybe they don't know. Yeah. Back in my day, we used to say, how you doing? Now, how you doing? Sometimes I like to give chatters who say real out-of-pocket shit, especially right when we've just started the stream. I like to give them a chance to maybe explain themselves. Bugs Gaming, thank you for the 12 months. Stranded, thank you for the 7. Zyron Blue, thank you for the 31 months. What a way to start things off. Anyway, I started watching The Studio. Oh, I'm obsessed. I am absolutely obsessed with that show. Cannot get enough. On a more positive note, could I maybe get a birthday shout out for yesterday? You sure can. Happy belated birthday. I hope it was a good one. I like the pit better than the studio. I feel like the people in the studio are shallow. That's the point. That is, I will tell you, I said this before, but as someone who worked in the studio system in Hollywood, it could not be more accurate. And obviously it's heightened because it's a TV show, but like it's the vibes, the energy are very on point. My vape broke and now I got no smoke to make my appetite go up. You want some of my weed? I have plenty of it. My desk just smells like weed because all of my weed that I bought 2 days ago is just still on my desk. Every time I come over here, I'm like, why does it smell like weed? Oh, that's right, because I have a mini dispensary here. Will you be covering how Hollywood did Martin Scorsese dirty and handed? I know, Kool-Aid has now gone to Bill Hader. They fucked Martin Scorsese's Kool-Aid movie, and now it's going to be a series produced and starring Bill Hader. That's Hollywood. Sorry, Caroline, I was talking about someone. See, yeah, I figured it wasn't about me, but, you know, it is reasonable to think that is when you just go, I fucking hate this bitch, bro. And we haven't even gotten into anything. We haven't even started the news. Wait, Katie, why did you just ban Nodders? For his birthday or their birth? Sorry, I shouldn't. Who Nodders is Nodders is banned on their birthday. Did you see the new Universal Monsters ride at Epic Universe? No, I can't say that I have. Yeah, chatters, chat, do not mention it's your birthday or Katie will ban you. That's what your birthday gift will be. You'll get slapped with a ban. So do not mention it's your birthday. I was meant to tell you your makeup's on point. Oh, thank you. I spent a little extra time on my makeup because I feel like crap. I looked like hell. I looked like I had crawled out of a sewer. So sometimes I like to just look not that way, you know? It's like maybe if I look better, I'll feel better. But I have some exciting news, you guys. I am going to New York on Friday. The travel just continues. Will and I have to host a show. We have to host a show in New York. So we're flying to New York on Friday. And of course, every person I know in New York who I've messaged to see if they want to hang out is not available. And essentially by that, I mean Squeaks and Lolo. So they hate me. Squeaks hates women. So does Lolo, I guess. That's why they're so they were like, sorry, I have family. I have family in town. I was like, yeah, okay, Squeaks, you just hate women. Maybe if Will had messaged you, you would have said yes. But whatever. You don't have to lie about, you know, your family being in town. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. But anyway, Will said to me, these are the words that actually came out of his mouth. He said, do you want to go see a show on Broadway? This is how I was responding when he said, do you want to see a show on Broadway? Yes. Of course I do. I know. Is the sky blue? It is today. It is today. So we are going to go see a show. I did let him choose. I gave him options. I said, okay, we can go see one of the classic musicals, because I've seen pretty much all the major ones, but I know you haven't, so I'll let you choose. Or we can go watch, I can see if there's tickets available for Glengarry Glen Ross, which is a new production that has Bob Odenkirk, Kieran Culkin, and Bill Burr in it, and also Michael McKean. So it's a great cast. And I was like, we could go see that as well. And that's the one that he picked. And I managed to get a couple tickets. Is John Hamm in that? I didn't think so. But anyway, I'm going to try to stalk Bill Burr. No, Clooney's not in that. No. He's in, no, he actually just made his Broadway debut in Good Night and Good Luck. The premiere was in March. Yeah. But we're going to go see Glengarry Glen Ross. Always be closing. Always be closing. And I would die to get to meet any of the above mentioned stars of the play, especially Bill Burr or Bob Odenkirk. I did see that they're doing Broadway Actors on Actors, and that George Clooney did his with Patti LuPone. Mm-hmm. They did. It's the first time that they're doing a Broadway Actors on Actors. You got to stand at the back door. I know. I like. I'm gonna go. I mean, Will probably won't want to, but I'm gonna go if there's a chance that I can even just catch a glimpse. I'm gonna be one of those people at the back door, like. Hi, I'm a big fan. Hi. Can I get a picture? No, he does like Bill Burr, but like I don't know if he likes anyone enough to go stand at the stage door after a show. Like it's also kind of it's a hit or miss. You don't know who's going to be there, and you also don't know when they'll show up. Could be after 10 minutes. It could be an hour. You know, it'd be sick if you creep him out enough that he puts you in a joke. No. That would not be sick. If like on his podcast, he's talking about some insane woman who went and saw his show and then was so weird afterwards, being like, free Luigi. Right, Bill? Right? Free Luigi. Yeah, you're awesome. I love you. Concussed, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah. Bill, let me tell you the story of this coat that I have. Bill, you see this coat that I'm wearing? There's a really great story. I think you'd love it. I think you'd really love it, Bill. Paul Rudd, thank you for the 9 months. Heather, thank you for the 11 months. Roro Helio, thank you for the 27 months. According to Reddit, the main cast does try to stage door after each show, so you might. Oh, really? Okay. Getting them to sign your playbill. Okay, I'm gonna try. You know, and then I'll just be like, hey, also, twitch.tv/Caroline Kwan. Hey, I'm gonna make little business cards that just say twitch.tv/Caroline Kwan, and I'm gonna hand them out. You know? What if he heard the coat story and did love it? Yeah. What if that was the beginning of a beautiful friendship? So anyway, that's what is happening this weekend. So I will be live tomorrow, and then Friday I'm going to do a morning stream, and then I have to leave and fly to New York. It's a 6-hour flight plus a 3-hour time difference. So it will be all day, and I will not arrive until like 11 o'clock. And then Saturday We don't have to be in rehearsal until 4 in the afternoon. So I'm going to try to convince Will to walk around New York with me and do a little IRL. You know, we'll walk, maybe go to the Empire State Building, maybe go eat a hot dog. Can you say what show you'll be hosting? It is, I don't know. It's an award show for Twitch, and it's going to be cute. It's going to be really cute. So it's something that they want to try to do every year, I think. And this is the first year. So if it goes well, might be an annual thing. It's not streamer awards now. Hey, I'm streaming here. And then Sunday is when the show is, and then I will be back on Monday. New York Chinatown has some bomb food. So good. I'm going to take Will there. Is there an audience? No, it's going to be on, it's going to be streamed. So you guys can watch it on stream. I'm hosting the Tonys. Pass it on. You know what? Start the rumor. Get it going. It's not even the Tonys, but start the rumor that I'm hosting the Tonys. You know what? I actually think that we should just start doing that. Sometimes I'll see this, like Hassan community people will post obviously memes, but they'll just like make stuff up about him. I think we should start doing that with me. We should start doing misinformation, but like good misinformation, you know? Not like Caroline Kwan is a terrorist, but Caroline Kwan is hosting the Tonys. Just need Anti to tweet it to get it in circulation. Yes. That's what I need. Caroline Kwan broke my legs. No, not that. Not like Caroline Kwan murdered my whole family. Caroline Kwan is interviewing Taylor Dearden next week. Yes, stuff like that. Perfect. And then do like a side-by-side, like a picture of me and then a picture of Taylor Dearden, you know, to make it seem really legitimate. Caroline, no. No, not that I killed anybody. Only that I'm slaying, right? Anonymous, thank you for the 32 months of tier 2. Hannah, thank you for the 8 months. Anti's already on the Kwan pain. What is it? Let's see. Lesbian Visibility Week? Both of us? It's giving lesbian couple? Will Neff and Caroline Kwan, your favorite lesbian couple. Yeah. This is real and true. Wait, I'm dying at this comment here. Bro, that's savage. Implying that Caroline is a lesbian, SMH. I think he's implying that we're both lesbians by saying Lesbian Visibility Week. So I kind of love the idea that it's rude that like saying I'm a lesbian, but it's totally fine to be like, but like Will Neff is a lesbian. Like there's this commenter's not like, damn, you're saying Will Neff is a lesbian? It's because Will is an actual lesbian. That's right. But happy Lesbian Visibility. Wait, also I like how Anti spelled it. Visibility. Lesbian visibility. Happy Lesbian Visibility Week, everybody. Skeletor, thank you for the 28 months. Yeah, the objectionable part is me being a lesbian. But shout out to all the Quantrage lesbians. We see you. We are you. Did you see Sinners? I haven't seen Sinners because I was laid up in bed all yesterday with just the worst symptoms. And I still feel very like my head is very cloudy and I am not I'm not great. I will say I'm not great. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it before I have to go out of town. The weed was that, yeah, you know what? This is actually an anti-weed campaign. This is a PSA to never do weed. Did you hear? Oh, speaking of lesbians, or actually speaking of no longer lesbians, JoJo Siwa. I don't know what the hell happened on Big Brother aside from Mickey Rourke being a fucking creep. Like sexually assaulting, homophobic nutcase. But JoJo Siwa says that actually now she has realized on Celebrity Big Brother that she is queer and not a lesbian. She said, essentially, you have female, you have male. I've met a lot of females. I love them. I don't feel like them. Met a lot of males, love them. Definitely not them. Met a lot of people in my life that are non-binary, and these beautiful non-binary people are who I feel the most like. And I don't know, it's not something I want to say about myself yet, but it's something that's confusing. That's probably why we were talking about it last night. So then she said, I feel like so queer. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the thing. I've always told myself I'm a lesbian. And I think being here, I've realized, oh, I'm not a lesbian. I'm queer. And I think that's really cool. You know what? Good for you, JoJo. I will say, like, I've said a lot of things about JoJo Siwa in the past, and those things stand true. I will say, though, that somebody as young as her who's been in the spotlight since she was literally a child, obviously, I can't imagine discovering your sexuality with a spotlight like that. Wild that it was on Big Brother. Like, crazy that it was on Big Brother. But I will say that, you know, I think about this, the younger generations, and how this is something that never would have ever been a thing with older generations, right? It's like you didn't have lesbian visibility because you didn't even have any type of queer visibility. So I look at it and I'm like, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that you have a lot of very visible young people, young people in the spotlight who are openly queer, trans, lesbian, non-binary, etc. As a 25-year-old non-binary lesbian, I get it. Her and a guy in the show have become really close and touchy-feely. The guy is from Love Island UK earlier seasons. It's definitely odd since she's a girlfriend at home. Like I said, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Celebrity Big Brother. I told you, that show is whack. The normal Big Brother is whack, but especially Celebrity Big Brother. I feel like there's on that show, seems demonic. There's always wild, crazy shit that is happening on that show. And I've never watched it, but I'm always hearing stuff about Big Brother. I don't think this much media attention is good for anyone. No, I don't think it is. I do think it's kind of I think it's one of those things that someone like JoJo Siwa has been in the media's eye since essentially from birth, when JoJo was a wee little child. And it is this thing of there's different types of celebrity, right? Like Kardashians, for instance. The Kardashians' fame and wealth and power relies upon their being photographed and in the media every single day. Whereas somebody who is, say, like a Scarlett Johansson or, you know, a very famous actor, they do not need to be in the spotlight every single second. And a lot of them don't like to be. Like, their fame is not reliant upon constantly being papped, constantly like being in the headlines. And it's why a lot of actors will end up moving out of LA because they don't want to deal with it anymore. Yeah, the nature of their celebrity is different. So JoJo is of the type of celebrity where it's a two-way street with the media. On the one hand, the media can't get enough of celebrities like JoJo Siwa, but also JoJo Siwa uses the media to keep herself relevant and to constantly be in the headlines. Yeah, she was molded into a product personified like them. It's quite sad. Yeah, and I just don't think that will ever lend itself to any type of normal upbringing, right? And it's why, like, JoJo is, when she's constantly in the headlines, often doing very whack shit, like saying crazy stuff. And I don't think that she ever had any type of opportunity to have a normal life, you know? And then you grow up, you get older, and you either completely reject it, which we see happen with people who were child stars, whether they were on like Nickelodeon or they were on a reality show, etc., or they fully embrace it and then just mold themselves into whatever the next iteration is. Are you trying to bring back whack? I am trying to bring back whack. Has it been brought back? I read Elliot Page's biography and he had the same thing, trying to discover his sexuality and gender while everyone had their eyes on him. Yeah, that sounds fucking brutal. What Elliot Page went through and still continues to go through is awful. It's really gross the way that people still speak about Elliot Page. And of course, dead naming him, you know. Caroline, have you ever thought you might be queer in some way? I think that's a thing that a lot of people think about, where I think when you're raised in a heteronormative types of society, which, you know, most societies are, I think when your understanding of queerness and sexual identity develops, you go, well, am I a little gay? Am I maybe not straight? And that's just what was, that's just what was normal and what was expected. I think I have always been of the, not always. I mean, obviously when I was younger, didn't know what, you learn what gay is, but I came to think that sexuality truly is a spectrum. And I think interestingly enough, I used to think I was more sexual when I was younger. And then when I got older, it wasn't so much that I was like, I think I might be gay. It was more of I don't think I'm as sexual of a person as my, 20-year-old self was or acted as, like how I was in college. You know what my sexuality is? It's theater kid. Yes, indeed. So I think that's something that is a normal thing to think about. And I think, I think exploring your sexuality is good. I don't think you should feel, I think you want to try to push back on pressure anyway, in any direction. I think one thing that's interesting is a lot of times I will hear or see expressed from particularly female friends of mine is, God, I wish I were gay. And there's been more than one occasion that a friend who has said that turned out to actually be kind of gay. And I feel like it's something that I don't know. It's like this, women will express, they're like, God, I wish I were gay, because they I don't know, struggle in their relationships with men, or they are what, but I think a lot of times those women are still repressed. Like they still have maybe not actually explored their sexuality. And so it's like, maybe you are. Maybe you are a little gay, and maybe you just haven't, maybe you haven't figured it out yet. I knew I was definitely attracted to women, trans, and bi people, but it took a while to get to this point to accept that I'm not attracted to men. And before that, I figured out I was not a woman either. Yeah, I think it's something that it may for some people be be something that continuously changes. You know, I don't think you have to. I don't think you ever have to be the same. Be what you are in this moment for the rest of your life. It's also a funny sentiment, like lesbians aren't messy as hell too. It is funny because if there's one thing I know from my lesbian friends is that there's constantly drama. Like constantly drama. Because my friends who are lesbians are only friends with lesbians, and they all pretty much at some point have dated each other. And also they're women, and like, yeah, there's drama. And so this idea that being gay, like being with being with a woman would somehow eliminate the drama is very funny to me. It's the lesbian scene is wildly messy from the stories that I have heard. I thought I was bi for a long time before I realized I was trans, and I realized I was gay. For me, it's like I knew I was LGBT, but I didn't know how yet. Yeah, that seems to be a lot of people's experience. And of course, that gets used by weirdos to be like, see, you guys are just making it up. See, this isn't real because you said you were this and now you're this. And it's like, God, take yourself out of the box that you've put yourself in. That is a sad way to exist. I think another thing that we also don't talk about enough is asexuality. I think there's not really an understanding about it. I think people assume if you're asexual, it means that you don't like any type of sexual activity whatsoever, that you do not like to orgasm, that like you want none of that. I think that's still something that we like need to have better conversations around. And I think there's a lot of people who would find themselves on the spectrum of asexuality. Demisexuality is a form of asexuality too. And I think there is a lot of pressure put on. It's weird because we live in in America, our society is on the one hand, quite conservative in its views on sex, right? Like you compare that to France, for instance. Like I remember when I studied abroad and my French family openly talked about sex, and I was so uncomfortable because I'm like, whoa, what? You're talking about sex with your parents there? Like, hold on. It's the Madonna whore complex argument. Yes. Where, our sex education in this country, awful, horrible. Abstinence is the way. But that also there are expectations that you do have to love sex and love sex a certain way. And if you don't, then there's something wrong with you. Like I remember when I was, younger, like teenage, late teens, early 20s, and how I knew when I would have conversations with my girlfriends around sex, I knew that people weren't being totally honest. everybody acting like they were having sex the way that they do it in the movies. And I think it's because of the shame that was around, the shame that came from, if you, first of all, were not in, not in a hetero relationship, not in a relationship where you were having sex a certain amount of times, that you were not, that you like didn't orgasm from sex. Like a lot of women have difficulty orgasming from just straight penetration. Sorry, we're getting into all of this now. And I know for a fact, like when I brought up vibrators in college, so many of my girlfriends were like immediately uncomfortable. They were red in the face. They're like, what? No, I would never, no, it was like this very shameful thing to have any type of instrument for female pleasure. And I was like, oh, okay, so your boyfriend who just jackhammers for about 60 seconds, like that's good for you? That's ultimate pleasure for you? Really? I don't think so. I don't know about that. And 60 seconds, very generous. Very, very generous. But anyway, yeah, it was like this thing where I tried to have conversations around something like using a vibrator, and it was met with extreme discomfort because women's pleasure is still this thing that we can't talk about, that like it's not a priority. Sex is viewed as, and a lot we've progressed and it's changed in the conversations that we have, but it is still in a heteronormative society, sex is with the intention of producing a child. So the pleasure of women is secondary, and it also is the pleasure of men is prioritized. I love being stabbed repeatedly with a dull stick. As a cis man, it's still hard to admit to people that I have no interest in self-pleasure or sex. Yeah, and for guys, like there's shame that is around like not being into masturbation, not being into sex. It's like there's this expectation that all that men just love sex and want to have it all the time. And for men who don't, I think that's something that's hard to be able to express, right? Like I just think in general, people feel there's still like a stigma around not being into sex. And the pleasure that's prioritized for men is also restricting men from enjoying stuff that they should be able to. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I just think that it's best, like being with a partner, whether it is a long-term partner or, a casual partner, and being open with what it is that you actually like or don't like. Sensuality is a lot more important to most people than the actual act. That's why hookup culture is not as popular as it seems. Yeah. And then that gets turned into like Gen Z is sexless. Cake Rug, thank you for the prime. Like a guy friend constantly talking about jerking it, and me who's repressed agnostic Catholic being like, yeah. Oh, Catholicism. Just the best. How Catholicism definitely didn't fuck so many of us up from childhood. Anyway, there's your Kwan sex talk. I don't listen to, I've never really listened to Call Her Daddy, but one thing that I did appreciate about that podcast is that they did so openly talk about sex, and they were two women and then it was one woman. And I think that is like, that's good. It's, I can't say that I totally vibe with Call Her Daddy, but at least there was at least if there was a podcast for especially young women to listen to, of young women who were openly talking about all things related to sex, which was it was a big draw. Have you seen Sinners? Not yet. No, not yet. Okay, wait, I have to tell you guys about something wild. So I saw this earlier. It is a new film from Succession creator Jesse Armstrong, and it's called Mountainhead. And it is about 4 billionaires who go on a retreat as the world crumbles. And it stars Steve Carell, Jason Schwartzman, Corey Michael Smith, and Rami Youssef, whom I love. And as I saw the when I was reading the article for this, I went, oh my God, I auditioned for this. I auditioned for the role that Steve Carell, no, it was not the role of one of these billionaires. I auditioned for the role, and I think I can say it now because I remember I signed an NDA, but I didn't book the role. So I am assuming I can speak about it. I also completely forgot about it, but I was looking back on, because I couldn't even remember. I was like, what was the name of the role that I auditioned for? Blah, blah, blah. The role, had I booked it, the role that I would have played would have been the girlfriend to the character played by Rami Youssef, which kills me. I'm like, you mean I came that close? And I don't know how close I was, but that close to getting to play Rami Youssef's girlfriend? Are you kidding me? I want to die. Like, there's quite a few times I've seen an announcement or like a trailer and I go, oh shit, that seems familiar because I auditioned for it. I'm like, that would have been cool or whatever. And then there's these moments that I am genuinely like, motherfucker, I didn't even care about this before, and now I do because of who got cast in the production. And now I want to die. Here, we can watch the trailer for it.
Your first guest has arrived. Oh, cool, great.
Oh, Jeffrey.
The roosters are crowing.
Yeah.
Yes, so it begins. There he is.
Look at you, the richest guy in the world.
Yeah, but have you seen what your net worth is doing?
Oh, yeah.
How long ago did I audition? I think it was like 8 months ago, maybe?
Your platform is racist and shitty.
Oh!
Let's go to commercial. 4 presidents of tech here.
Who the person that I modeled myself after was why am I blanking on her name? Nicole. Fucking hell. Why am I blanking on her name? She was RFK Jr.'s Shanahan. Nicole Shanahan. For this role of playing the like lawyer girlfriend of a shitty billionaire, I combined Nicole Shanahan. If you don't know who Nicole Shanahan is, this is her. She was RFK Jr.'s running mate, and she also was previously married to Sergey Brin, one of the founders of Google. She sucks. But anyway, so I modeled it after her, and then also Lauren Sanchez, who's Jeff Bezos' fiance. Yeah, also Nicole Shanahan, who definitely fucked Elon Musk in a ketamine-fueled billionaire fuckfest.
On Mount Tector.
You guys getting this? Panic buying and violence?
This is a serious moment. I think that is why I am so excited about these atrocities. I'm thinking about all of the people who are not killing each other. Nations are teetering, both politically and economically.
The president wants to speak to us.
The prez, what could he possibly have said?
That your platform's inflamed a volatile situation, circulating unfalsifiable deep fakes, massive fraud, market instability.
Just in terms of catering and poker, are we still imagining we're going to play? Because I have a 6-man line caught turbot.
Okay, let me see who booked the role. What's this called? Mountainhead. Okay. This girl. Hadley Robinson. Yeah, she's been in quite a bit of stuff. Oh, she was in Anyone But You. Yeah, no, she has she has a much better resume. So probably one reason why. Should have been me though. I am gonna be so for real too. I don't really audition for things like I used to. It's just every once in a while, and that was an audition that they specifically wanted me to audition for that. And I had to sign an NDA and everything, but I always kind of worry. I'm like, am I blacklisted? I don't know. I mean, I got the audition, but then it's like, oh, am I on one of these blacklists somewhere where when it gets to a certain point, I mean, Rami is in it, yes, but he also, I know, it's so that made me be like, no, probably not. That is still something always in the back of my brain. So even though Rami Youssef is in it, it's like, I don't have the resume that Rami has. I don't have, it would be not a, oh, well, we really want, with Rami, it's like, okay, we really want Rami Youssef, or he's famous enough, He's famous enough that I'm sure too, though. I'm sure he's lost out on roles. I'm sure he's lost out on opportunities. Why don't you audition anymore? Just because I stopped when I started streaming. I kind of shut the door on my entertainment. Career, I guess. I just stopped screenwriting. I didn't want to audition for anything anymore. I was just very over it. Yeah, I mean, it could see, and this is the thing about Hollywood. There are a million reasons why you can not book a role, and you'll never know what it is. But that's why what's been happening in the last year and a half with anyone in the business who has been outspoken on Israel and Palestine is in the beginning, it was much more transparent and made massive public waves whenever somebody would be punished, would face consequences because they were like, hey, I don't think that we should murder children. hey, I think that we should, I think that this is an evil thing that's happening here. And of course, like the firings of Melissa Barrera, Susan Sarandon, and then, other examples like that were very public. And then they moved things behind closed doors. It was more smoke and mirrors, but like it's absolutely been going on in the industry that people who have been publicly pro-Palestine are losing opportunities. They are facing consequences for it, but it's just not as it's just not out in the open. Not knowing and being in limbo for a career. And like, it's not as if I'm still trying to make acting or writing my career anymore. I only do auditions every once in a while. Like if they pop up like that one did. Maybe I'm uninformed, but why are so many people in those positions anti-Palestine? It's the same thing with like any institution of power in this country. You look at our government, and the bottom line in the US government is support of Israel. You look at our media, right? Our media, bottom line of our media is support of Israel. So like the institutions of power in the West have forever supported Israel. And so it's not that it's the majority of people in an industry like Hollywood. It's just that more people who probably support Palestine don't say anything because they're scared of facing consequences for it. So I think it can seem as if Zionism is, the political thinking that dominates in Hollywood, but it's really just that certain power players who are Zionist, who call the shots on stuff, have scared a lot of people into silence. Yeah, the silent majority. The true silent majority. What was that video game they asked you to do an accent for? No, it wasn't a video game. It was for a TV show. You still have a music video left in you to output. That is so true. I got one more music video in me. Do you miss it, or are you glad you're over it? I don't miss the business side of Hollywood. I don't miss the like just absolute fuckery of the industry. I miss performing. I think that's what I miss. I miss performing. I miss the thrill of having an audition and then booking a callback and then booking the role. Like it's very exciting, even though it happens less than not booking a role. Do you have to be in French Polynesia to be in the industry? No, but French Polynesia's industry is growing. Let me tell you that the film industry in French Polynesia is becoming pretty big. Do you audition for theater at all? No. I auditioned for theater when I first moved here. LA is not a theater city. Like I would have stayed in Chicago for that or gone to New York. But no, I switched. I moved to LA because I wanted to get into film and TV. I thought I wanted to move to New York to do theater, and then I started doing film and TV acting in Chicago, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm moving to New York. I'm going to New York, baby. Baby. Except this report came out. What was this, 4 days ago? Yeah, things are not great things are not great in LA production.
Been over the last year.
It's
Some of the most anticipated blockbusters of 2025 mostly shot overseas. In many cases, production budget cuts, multiple strikes domestically, and what some describe as a California tax incentive that's no longer competitive, taking Hollywood elsewhere.
I have seen.
I mean, truly, if I had not started streaming when I did, I think over the last couple years, I would have done something else. I think I would have reached a point where I'm like, this is not feasible. Because of COVID and back-to-back strikes and production moving out of Hollywood more and more, jobs declining in Los Angeles, I think I would have been forced to I probably would have tried to get back into working for a studio, so at least I could still be in the entertainment industry, or I would have had to figure something else out.
People make comparisons of Los Angeles to Detroit prior to the flight of the auto industry, and I have heard people say that we are in an existential moment.
Film LA, an organization tracking the decline, found that 2024 was the worst year for the industry in Los Angeles, only second to 2020 during the pandemic.
So far, year to date this year, we're coming in below that. We posted a 22.4% decline in on-location filming for the first quarter of this year.
Many films, TV shows, commercials, not only going overseas, but also shot in states like Georgia, Texas, or Tennessee instead of California.
Everywhere I go, it feels like a ghost town. And what's happening is there are the days where we'd work, 5 days a week have become 3 days a week, have become 2 days a week, have become 1 day every 2 weeks.
Thousands of supporting roles impacted too.
How's work been over the last year?
it's not been good. For the past 18 months, I've worked 3 months.
Shooting, editing, hair and makeup, costumes.
Why doesn't the state of California have an arts fund that pays to produce a couple movies in the state every year? Okay, so they do, and they also have tax incentives, but the problem is that because the industry in LA, which is like this is the epicenter of film and television, because it's been hit by COVID and strikes, and because in other cities and in other countries they have put money into film production, and they have created really lucrative tax incentives so that productions have a lot of productions have moved to other states, other countries, like they've gone international. California has seen a decrease, a really, really massive decrease in TV and film production. And so the tax incentive that Gavin Newsom has offered as a way to try and keep production in LA, like, it's better than it has been in the past, but it's still not enough given how competitive other states and other countries are in film production. So there are like grassroots groups. There's one called Stay in LA, and they are, it's comprised of people who work in production, both above line and below line, who have been, forming this coalition and trying to lobby politicians in the state to uncap the tax incentive for productions that shoot in LA for the next 3 years. So essentially they want it to be part of a disaster relief effort because of COVID and because of all these strikes that we've had, where there needs to be a large cash flow into production, and there needs to be uncapped tax incentives for the next couple years in order to bring production back up, to make Hollywood great again. Scale Cylinder, thank you for the 32 months. Dottie, thank you for the 3.
The list is long. And while some can travel with production, others based here can't, including Wes Bailey's studio services company, Surreal.
Had to lay people off, had to downsize everywhere. People are doing 2 and 3 jobs, having to try and just to try and keep us, solvent.
Business, he says, is down about 40% over the last 2 years.
The vast majority of our industry is a blue collar and middle class labor force. It's a lot of really good jobs that have benefits when we have the work here. These are not people that can just, jet off to anywhere.
To try to get the jobs back to LA, Governor Gavin Newsom proposed a $750 million a year tax credit program and 2 companion bills making their way through.
Yeah, and then you couple a decline in work with in production jobs with constantly rising costs of living, and a lot of people have had to leave California. They've either had to move, they've moved out and completely changed industries, or they have moved to other states in the hope of finding work there. But it's not so easy, right? Like, a lot of people have families, they have their roots in Los Angeles. It's not as simple as, like, let's say you're like a 25-year-old, single, 25 years old. Maybe it's easier for you to pick up and move to a place like Georgia to work in production there. But it's still hard, and it's not ideal. Have you seen the Poker Face show? I have. I actually really liked it. I'm out in New York, and there's nothing here either. I got laid off from my G&E rental house because there was no business. Yeah, it's not just LA where in the main production hubs that people are like, work is scarce.
Through the California legislature, also hoping to increase the state's tax credit program. If passed, experts say it may work.
It's all about the money in terms of this, because that is what drives the production costs up. If you have to shoot somewhere else other than LA to keep your profitability up and your costs down.
There's hope that Hollywood won't be a sequel of America's Rust Belt.
I do see us pulling together and seeing us as Angelenos. We have to pull together and draw this work here.
But right now, fears of a flop hitting Tinseltown.
Wow, that's an eye-opener, Camilla.
Wow, Camilla, thank you very much. My eyes see Oppenheimer.
First think it will take to get the movie biz to stay alive in California?
Well, Tom, we may not get back to pre-pandemic levels when it comes to movie theaters, for example, but experts do say that the audience is there. They're going either to the movies, or maybe they're instead renting it at home and watching those movies.
California, if it were a country, would be something like the 5th largest economy in the world. How much of that is Hollywood? So the film industry is a small percentage of the overall state economic output, but it still is very significant for the state. It is obviously Hollywood is very iconic. It is in the film and television world, it has always been the epicenter. So even though like it's like 1 to 2% of the total economic output, it still is very important to California and to Los Angeles. Very much so. Plays into tourism. So it's like directly what the film industry contributes to the economy, I would say, is smaller than what it indirectly contributes to, and also just its significance, its historical significance in the state.
Movies or TV shows on their couch. So if you have the audience there, that's what's important. But the key is also the studios making more money than what they're spending, Tom.
Interesting. Camilla Bernal, thank you very much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app, or follow us on social.
Yeah, so it's just it's pretty grim. The numbers The numbers as it relates to film and television production is pretty grim. It's kind of like you look at any other big corporation and how they all have the same business model, right? Profits, and trying to higher profits and trying to find any way possible to reduce the cost of labor. And so moving production out of Los Angeles, moving production internationally, hiring more non-union crew members, working in areas that they can get better tax breaks on, like that's going to lower costs of production. It's going to reduce the cost of labor, and that is how that's what corporations want, because that will then produce higher profits. Vince Gilligan wanted to film Breaking Bad in LA, but it was too costly, so they moved to New Mexico. And it's not to say, like, I'm not saying that every time something shoots outside of Los Angeles, like, shame on them. There's a lot of productions that simply cannot do what they want to do in Los Angeles. And so it's why there are, there's these coalitions that are calling upon the state legislators to put more cash into the industry and to uncap the tax incentives for at least 3 years so that production can go up and that people can, it can hopefully stabilize the industry. Don't a lot of the shoots happen in Georgia? Yes. So Georgia has become a growing hub in production because of the tax incentives in the state, because it's just cheaper to shoot in a state like Georgia. Hi, Caroline. Not meaning to derail, but this is one of those things that matters. Maya's already shared what's happening with Endangered Species Act proposed changes. I was hoping you could share the comment section link so folks could voice their opposition. Oh yeah, wait. I actually wanted to play. I wanted to play her video. Hold on a sec.
Here's the deal, guys. The Endangered Species Act is the most efficient law that we have in protecting endangered species right now, all right? It means that we cannot kill them. It means we can't export them. It means that we have...
You guys, it's fine because they're making dire wolves. Didn't you see? Didn't you see that they are making dire wolves? We have companies like Colossal. Don't even worry.
We have to protect their habitat. It means we have to have recovery plans. It means that we can't harm them, right? Right now, National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced a proposed rule to rescind the regulatory definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act and proposes the definition of take instead. I'm going to save you the mumbo jumbo. I'm just going to translate it. They want to replace harm with take. Why? Because harm includes significantly changing, disrupting, or degrading habitat, because that would harm species, right? Because they need a place to live. Take just means that they can no longer take them, or that they won't take them, right, from their habitats. Removing the definition of harm removes all the habitat protections that comes with it. Why do they want to do this? Because it makes logging, drilling, mining, etc.
Drill, baby, drill.
Possible. And that's going to hurt endangered
Comrade
species,
Maya.
and it's going to drive species to extinction. We have 30 days to submit our public comment about how we feel about this. alveus.gg/go/ESA. alveus.gg/go/ESA. We have 30 days. Actually, more specifically, we have until May 19th. Links in the replies on Twitter, links in my bio on Instagram. I have a lot of thoughts. I hope you also have some that you would like to share. Thank you for listening.
I love Maya. Okay, here's the website. Thank you, Chuck. Rescinding the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act The comment period ends May 19th at 11:59 p.m. Sorry if that was hello, sorry. Welcome. Chuck, thank you for the 25 gifted subs, and also for mentioning this, because I did want to mention this. So here is documented comments. Okay, there are already 21.67 thousand comments on this. So here is the link. I will link this again. Is there a petition, or is this the best way to voice, is this the best way to voice our opposition? So in summary, again, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service are proposing to rescind the regulatory definition of harm in our Endangered Species Act regulations. The existing regulatory definition of harm, which includes habitat modification, runs contrary to the best meaning of the statutory term take. We are undertaking this change to adhere to the single best meaning of the ESA. Yes, public comments are the best way to directly communicate with the government about this. It's legally required when changing regulations like this. Steady up. Thank you for the 12 months. Can non-Americans participate? Yeah, I think you just have to, let's see. Yeah, go for it. Comments can be anonymous. Yeah, so you can identify as an individual, an organization, or as anonymous. Let's see some of the comments here. This is from Jenna Schmidt. The stated purpose of the Endangered Species Act is not only to protect animals from direct violence, but to prepare them for recovery from the structural violences driving them towards extinction, including habitat loss. Rescinding the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act to exclude the ecosystem upon which endangered animals depend is in direct conflict with global peace research. Johan Galtung, the seminal professor of global peace and conflict studies, defines violence in the Journal of Peace Research, volume 27. Oh, Jenna Schmidt came with the facts. Volume 27, number 3, 1990, as, quote, avoidable insults to basic human needs and more generally to life, lowering the real level of need satisfaction below what is potentially possible. His argument also acknowledges the anthropocentrism of its initial phrasing and provides ecological balance as the requirement for satisfying environment system maintenance or the rest of nature. The chief argument of his peace scholarship is that violence is more than its direct perpetration. It's composed also of structural and cultural aspects which prevent living things from meeting their needs. If the language of the ESA is changed to exclude the defense of habitats, i.e. against human development, it would be enabling structural violence towards the species the act is designed to protect. Period. Okay, great. So there's already a lot of people who are in on this. And then here is, so this is on Alveus's website where it links directly to this, where you can leave a comment. This position is to call on California elected officials to pass a Superfund bill, which would make big oil polluters pay for their damages. I guess this is a bad time to announce that today's stream is sponsored by Big Oil. So I'm not quite sure about this. Thank you to today's sponsor, which is Big Oil. Reaches over, pulls out an oil can, douses herself in oil. Thank you to Big Oil. Ahem. Okay, so this is a petition that you can sign. It is sponsored by Fossil Free Media, along with a bunch of other climate protective groups like Sunrise and Greenpeace. Since the start of 2025, we've seen more than $250 billion in damages from the Los Angeles wildfires. In addition to that, in the last 5 years prior, California has faced more than 500 to 1,000. Oh my God, I cannot read today. 550 to 100 billion in damages for extreme weather events like atmospheric rivers, unprecedented winters, and other wildfires. We only expect that number to go up. The companies who are responsible for these climate-fueled disasters should be the ones to pay for the damages, not California residents. It is time for California to make polluters pay into a climate superfund that will get money to communities most in need of recovery and resilience. Vermont and New York already passed a climate superfund. Let's make California next. As long as big oil isn't hunting endangered animals, I don't have a problem with it. Big olive oil. Okay. Endangered Species Act faces its biggest legal shift in decades. You know, I was just having a conversation with my friend when we were talking about just talking about life and talking, and then of course we're going to talk about Trump is trying to persuade women to have more children. Trump, who calls himself the fertilization president. You know, when I think of Donald Trump, I think of fertilization. Yes. That's right. When I finally go to have a child, if that ever happens, I will think about Donald Trump. Yep. But anyway, so we were talking about that, and I was like, you know, it is very depressing to think about bringing a child into the world when all we do is damage this world. We damage the people in this world. We damage the animals in this world. We damage this world itself. And yes, we have always been damaging this world, but of course, it has accelerated. Of course, we are seeing the consequences of that damage. But it's something that, as we are surrounded by these pressures for women to have children, for there to be, you know, a return to the conservative traditional family, as alarmists try to ring the bells on the declining birth rate, it's like, do you think that people feel incentivized to have children for, you know, X number of reasons? Because it feels like there are more incentives to not have children than there are to have children. And I'm so tired of the argument of like, yeah, well, okay, it's always been this way. But no, it hasn't. No, things are absolutely getting worse and have gotten worse. That's what happens when you ramp up capitalism. That's what happens when you have decades of neoliberal policies that are so destructive to the planet. And so if you want people to feel incentivized to have children, sorry, first of all, giving $5,000 per child, what could a banana cost, Michael? $10? that is not enough. Second of all, having, terrible policies to support children in this world, lack of policies, in fact, and then also just our absolute disregard for the planet that we are leaving to these hypothetical children, to existing children, but also the children that so desperately are needed. Donald Trump is trying to buy children for $5,000. Yes. We just have, honestly, we just have no fucking respect. We have no respect for this planet. We have no respect for the people and the species who inhabit this planet. As a historian, one can see throughout history the delaying or rejection of having children increasing during any point of economic downturn or instability. The English Civil War is an excellent example. Well, okay. The other thing too is like, as far as the declining birth rate in the US, really the biggest attributing factor to that is the fact that we have cut back on teenage pregnancy, which is a good thing. Less teenagers giving birth to obviously unwanted and unplanned children, that's a good thing. And we're going to get into talking about these freak-ass pronatalists and how these freak-ass pronatalists have Donald Trump's ear, and they are behind the policies around increasing the birth rate into, having incentivizing women to have more children. All right, so we'll check back in on this. I'm sure Maya will put out more content to be raising awareness for this. I love her so much. There's a lot of bad on this platform. It feels like there's less good than there is. There's less good than there is bad. And I've always deeply respected Maya. She is my goat. She is a person who genuinely started streaming because she cared about something and wanted to share that with as many people as she could, and uses her platform in a very intentional and specific way. And that intent is to do good. So Maya is a person that inspires me to keep streaming. And I wish that we had more Maya Higas. We are Maya Higa. I wish we had more and not less. She goes out and does her shit. She does. And there's few people who do not, I don't know. There's few people who do not get swept up into the bullshit of the content industry. It's very easy to. It's very easy to, even if you have good intentions, even if like you're a person who's like, I want to, create a platform because I want to do good or whatever it is. It's very easy to get swept up into the machine, into the rat race, constantly just a rat on a wheel where the only thing that matters is the numbers on the board. And I think that can cause people to act in ways that are antithetical to what their original intentions were. But Maya is a person who I think has always operated with her values and has grown a really big platform. And yet her focus has always been on conservation. Her focus has always been on education. So yeah, I can't say that for a lot of people. And I can't say that for a lot of people who I like and who I think are generally good for Twitch compared to a lot of streamers. But I think people just get, I mean, this is something too that I have at many points found myself, I have to push back on the kind of being a part of the rat race of streaming. You know, I think it was like a year ago that I decided I did not want to constantly be climbing to the top of the pile, right? It's like with streaming, you go, okay, am I just gonna keep trying to climb to the top and do everything that I need to do in order to fulfill that goal? Or do I accept what I have, and do I be happy with that? And do I try and do what I can with what I have? Maya truly flourished when she moved and made her content entirely about conservation. And ultimately that's what she wanted to do. You know, that was I think what she's doing now is what she always wanted to do. Okay. Bum ba-dum ba-bum. Bum ba-da-ba-bum. You've definitely created your own niche and are flourishing in it. You've grown a lot as a streamer and are making such an impact. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am, you know what? I'm very happy with where I am, with where our community is. It's always great to welcome more people in, but I just can't handle the bad aspects of streaming. I've realized that about myself. I'm not good with the harassment. I'm not good with the hate. And that comes from growth will also bring, with the type of content that I do, will also bring more hate. And I would rather people just leave me alone, let me do what I want to do here, and not essentially not fuck with me. So I am happy to be smaller if it means that I don't have to deal with as much of that. Yeah, it is growing pains for sure. And I really just the year following October 7th was like, it produced a lot of changes in the way that I look at this industry and in the way that I'm positioning myself as a content creator, where I'm like, I don't want to get involved in stuff. I don't want to collab with streamers anymore whose communities I don't vibe with, who I know my community wouldn't vibe with. It feels better this way, even if it means that I'm going to be a smaller streamer than I could be. You know, you just have to make decisions, and you have to decide what is best for you and what's best for your community. A medium-sized channel feels like a safer spot for real. Yes, it does. This stream's awesome. I think I started watching because I'm a politics weirdo and also like film. Hell yeah. You seem to have a larger community than most. When I say smaller community, I don't mean that I'm a small streamer. Like, it's all relative, right? But I just, like, there are certain things that I just will no longer involve myself with because of because of the harassment that I have to deal with, and because it takes such a toll. It takes such a toll on my mental health, and it means that then I can't be the best streamer that I want to be for you guys, and that I can't serve my community the way that I want to. So I've made decisions as to how I operate as a streamer and how, and just, you know, what my long-term goals are for myself and for this community. It's so funny because I talked to my movie obsessed coworker about stuff I know from this stream, but then I have to tell him how I don't watch movies. I will never forget the chatter who told me that they were at trivia and they won trivia because there was a question about Cabaret, and they had never seen Cabaret, but they knew the answer because of this stream. That this stream helped a community member win trivia, even though they had never seen Cabaret. All the channels I regularly watch are smallish, like hundreds of viewers to some who get a few thousand, which, yeah, I guess in the grand scheme of Twitch, it's small. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I think also because my introduction to Twitch was Will, and Will has never wanted to be the biggest streamer. Will always just wanted to do what was best for him and his community, and he was never a person who was just trying to climb to the top of the pile and to compete in that way. Like, he's never viewed streaming as a competition. And I think that has lent itself to having a healthier relationship with content creation. And I think that has allowed him to absolutely do things his way. And so because I watched him, I only knew Twitch in that sense. And because he and I share, we share in sentiments. Like, there's things that we have in common. Obviously, that's why we're drawn to one another. But yeah, it's the nature of content creation is that you have to be relevant, right? You have to constantly remain relevant in order to keep growing as a streamer, in order to like have more eyeballs on you. And it's tough though, because a lot of times to remain relevant, it's like you have to play the game. And playing the game can lead to, it can just lead to mental health issues. Playing the game, you got to pay the troll toll. You, Hassan Frogan, and so many other pro-Palestine creators sadly went through hell and back after October 7th. So many of us viewers really do respect your perseverance through it all. You guys all influence so many people in a good way and help so many people open their minds, and I appreciate that. Yeah, and like, I have talked to other political streamers, and they can handle the shit that I cannot handle. Like, I remember when Denims told me that she does not close her DMs, and she thinks it's funny. Like, it makes her laugh when she gets crazy DMs, and I'm like, that could not be me. And I don't know if it's because she's younger than I am, or she just has a different attitude about things, but it's something that truly I can't handle. I closed my DMs shortly after I started streaming. I try not to make like during my streams, if I get crazy comments, I don't usually like to spend too much time on it, especially if they're just, sometimes they're funny, Sometimes they're so unhinged. It's like, I'm not doing anything right now, but I don't know. On the one hand, it's like you can't take things so personally if you're an internet creator, because it will just kill you. But on the other hand, you know, being a human being, that shit absolutely can get to you and can take the joy out of doing this. Okay, but the other political streamers also are broken mentally. I love them, but like, no, they will say themselves that they have brain rot. And I think it's because I really wasn't on the internet until I was 30. Like I was, but really just as a normie. And being a 30-year-old and being introduced to all this shit, like it was very difficult for me. It was very difficult for me. Like I don't like Reddit. I don't like these places. I don't like this shit. Like I asked to be removed from LSF. I don't want anyone talking about me. I don't know. It's like a weird thing where some people have the mentality of all press is good press, right? Like even if people are shitting all over me, then at least my name is out there. At least people are talking about me. At least I'm relevant, right? Like this goes back to the being relevant aspect of streaming, where the more that people see your name, even if they despise you, then the more that people will see your name who might like you. And just in general, your name recognition will grow. But I don't know. I have to protect my peace. Please do not perceive me. Really, it's like a weird thing where I'm like, okay, obviously I'm an internet creator. I stream, I put myself out there. Like I am being perceived. I'm choosing to be perceived. But at the same time, I'm like, just leave me alone too. I do not welcome conversation around me that is bad. It's like, I don't care if that brings in more people who are like, oh, she's actually really cool. Fuck these people. Protect my peace. That's why I dropped almost all social media platforms. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't do that, but if the day that I decide to no longer stream, I will probably entirely leave the internet. That's how I feel. Like I do not see a world where if I am no longer working as an internet creator, then I continue to be on the internet. Like I think I'm out. You genuinely have to curate your internet experience or you'll be miserable because so much is slop. It is. A lot of it is slop. And like, I never wanted to contribute to the slop. I never wanted to be a part of the slop. I didn't want to be in the slop machine. Put in a nickel and out I come. No. Doesn't Hassan get more popular from bad press because they end up watching his content? Yeah, I mean, Hassan has a lot of hate. He has a lot of haters, but he also has a ton of supporters. And the good comes with the bad, right? It is a it's a double-edged sword, and people who, you know, the people who support him outweigh the people who hate him, but there's still a lot of hate. And I don't know. It's just like, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him. He's been doing his thing for a long time. This is what he always wanted. Not like the hate, but I mean, he always wanted to have the platform that he has to be able to talk about the things that he talks about. And I also want a platform to talk about the things that I want to talk about, but I just knew that I couldn't. One, I could not completely give myself over to streaming. Like Hassan talks openly about the fact that streaming is his life. He will literally stream until the last breath that he takes. That man is brain broken. He is obsessed with streaming. He lives for the stream. And that's not me. I love my community. I love my job that I have, but I never wanted to just fully give myself over to the streaming life and to like allow my brain to become rotted. But I'm glad that he's there, right? I'm glad that on the left, for, you know, the things that I believe in, that there is somebody like him who's the size that he is, who has the reach and the influence that he has. Where I'm like, that's great. Keep going, buddy. I'm going to do my thing the way that I need to do it. And I will protect my peace in the way that I need to. It's not a one size fits all. Bro actually says he'll stream till his deathbed. No, I know. I know. Like Hassan, I've been with him when it's like there's a clock from his last stream to his next stream. And that's normal. Like as a streamer, you kind of have this mentality that you are your last stream. And so you're like, okay, I need to, like, when's the next stream? But for him, it's like every minute that goes by since his last stream, he deteriorates. He goes mad. He goes crazy. And that's why when we're in a place like Japan, he will still wake up at 4 a.m. because he lives for the stream. He gets withdrawal. It's like a drug. Yes, it's like a drug. And I've watched him as the withdrawal sets in like immediately. I usually say that we're one of the largest communities with the vibes of a small streamer. It's cozy and welcoming. You can get to know the other chatters in here that would otherwise seem impossible in other similarly sized communities. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely advantages to having a community that feels more intimate, that, you know, you don't get lost in the sauce. I feel like you stream a lot as well. No, I definitely stream a lot. No, I do for sure. I think a lot of that came from when I started streaming. I was at such a precarious point in my life and in my career, and I really wanted to build something for myself. And there is always the worry that if you take too much time off, that you'll lose what you've built. Like that is something that every streamer experiences. And so I am constantly aware of that. And I don't know. I think it's kind of one of those, I don't envision myself streaming forever. So I don't know how long I'm going to do it. And I don't know like what the next thing in my life would be. So I try to, first of all, I treat streaming like a full-time job. I just have the very 9-to-5 mentality. I have a very 9-to-5 mentality. Not that I stream those hours, but just the way that I view streaming as a job. Can you take the mods with you? Well, I'm going to space on Blue Origin, so if you guys want to come with, hop on board. That's my next plan. That's where I'm heading to next. Me and Katy Perry, baby. Do you get public attention? Does that bother you? Feel free to ignore. No. No, whenever anyone says hi in public, it's always really nice people. No, that's not the thing that I'm like, it's not a problem. Only real feminists get on rockets. Yeah, damn straight. What's my dream crew for? My dream crew for a Blue Origin trip. First of all, I'm bringing Farley. Okay. Farley's coming with. Secondly, I'm bringing I am gonna, okay, hear me out. I'm gonna bring Eve Fartlow because then I'm gonna kick her into space. Ugh. My friend thought a free parking sign said Free Palestine. Yeah. Eve Fartlow's gonna come on the Blue Origin rocket, and then she's gonna stay in space. Wild first pick. Damn, thinking of Eve before Sam. Sam is coming. You know what? The yarn is going to go to space. Yeah, the yarn, when we get together next time, it's going to be in space. Gail King was so sassy about yeah, Gail King took it very personally. And I took that personally. She was not pleased with how people responded to the Blue Origin feminism space trip. Cutie won't get in a plane, but a spaceship. You know, never underestimate her. Never underestimate her. And by that, I mean, I would probably drug her and then she would wake up and be in space. And I'd be like, you're welcome. It's good for you. It's good for you. You needed this. No, she'd be like, I'm not a feminist. I hate women. Why am I on this feminism space trip? Get me out. I'm a hater of women. I should not be on this. Mango Mom, thank you for the 3 months. All right, let's talk about the fertilization president. If you are on the fence about having a baby, well, Donald Trump is going to offer you potentially $5,000 to have a baby because he is the fertilization president. That's a nickname that he's given to himself. President Fertilization. Yeah. Doesn't it have a nice ring to it? I am suddenly infertile. Wow. I have never been more infertile. Wow. I fear my ovaries have just completely dried up. So let's talk about what the fuck this is.
We've talked a lot about Project 2025 on this show. It lays out a conservative blueprint for the second Trump administration, and some of it is now reality, like getting rid of large numbers of civil servants and dismantling federal agencies. But Project 2025's main priority, restoring traditional families. And the New York Times reports the White House is now assessing ways to convince American women to have more children, including a $5,000 baby bonus and federally funded menstrual cycle classes. David Graham joins me now. He is a writer for The Atlantic and author of The Project, How Project 2025 is Reshaping America. It is just out today. Can we start with this? When they say they want to restore the natural family as the foundation of society, what does that actually mean? Because I look at this White House and you got
Also, we should be specific about what kind of children, about who's having these children. What kind of families are we talking about? Because if you're an immigrant, if you're gay, if you are poor, there are a lot of caveats here to who the pro-natalist movement thinks should be having children, thinks are the backbone of American society.
The White House press secretary, she went on maternity leave for 1 day. The chief of staff, Susie Wiles, is clearly a woman. Lara Trump was former head of the RNC. She's now got a Fox News show and a budding music career. You got power women.
I'm sorry, did she just say Lara Trump has a budding music career? Is she using these women as an example of like girl bosses in the White House? We're treating Lara Trump's music career as serious? Okay, hold on a sec. If you have not been introduced to Lara Trump's budding music career,
you give your life just to save another life. No, this can't be your job. You gotta have it in you. You're risking yours for someone you don't even know. This can't be a talent.
oh no, that's not even her yet.
Must be a gift.
Oh, she
comes
in.
Through
Hold
the
on.
fire and the flames getting higher.
Here we go.
Without your bravery, we're all out of luck.
There we go.
No, this can't be denied. You gotta be special. It takes a lot to put you last and everybody first. This can't be for likes.
This is actually a great ad for autotune because anyone can sing with autotune.
Your heart they can make gold. Even if yours is compromised, we're both trapped under these rubble skies. It's your will, don't ever let go of a life.
Maybe music isn't for everyone.
And the flames getting higher. You're my hero.
Okay, this. Wait, what's the. Daughter who sings Hero by Lara Trump or son who sings Water by James Charles? You don't know Water by James Charles? Or Bring Me Water?
I could tell you the thoughts in my mind, but I'm scared that I might say too much. It's too much for me.
Which one? You have to pick one. Daughter who sings Hero or son who sings Bring Me Water? Is this the whole video?
That I forgot how to sleep through the night, and I don't think I've smiled in months. I miss feeling happy. You're here when it's easy to be.
Okay, I won't subject you guys to any more. Anyway, back to what we were watching. Is he in hell? Yes, James Charles is in hell. Are you surprised? Do you think he would be anywhere else? He needs you to bring him some goddamn water. He needs you to bring him some water. A lot of you have chosen abortion, not in Trump's America, okay? Sorry. You will be having either Lara Trump daughter or James Charles son. Can't use water in the water around him? No. He means other water. When he says, bring me water, even though you might be thinking, but there's a lot of water around him. No. He means bottled water. Not any of this shit. All right. He wants that Saratoga bottled water. Why is he hanging by his pants? You know, there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions to be asked here. And I think you're better off not knowing. You know, I think this is one of those, you don't need the answers to those questions. Oh, there's a poll currently. Which one? Daughter who sings Hero, son who sings Bring Me Water. Okay, so anyway, Lara Trump's budding career. She's a girl boss.
I mean, all over this White House. So what exactly are they talking about when they say restoring traditional American families?
I think you're right. There's a real gap between what they talk about.
Okay, what's her fucking name on MSNBC? She's so annoying. But I know this isn't the point of this news segment here, but the idea that like Caroline Leavitt, Lara Trump, these other women in the White House, that just their existence as working women is antithetical to the Trump campaign's rhetoric around childbirth, traditional families, like bringing the family back, etc. It's like, no, that's them. That's these women. They are carrying water. They are carrying the water that James Charles needs. They are carrying water for the Trump administration. Yeah, like perfectly in line with it. Are we not overpopulated as is? Why exactly are more kids needed? It's not working out of my head. Yeah, we're gonna get into talking about pronatalists. Okay, that's who's behind this shit, and we're gonna talk specifically about Malcolm and Simone Collins. Quite possibly the worst fucking loser couple to exist. If you do not know these freaks, I'm sorry to have to be the one to show them to you. They suck. And they are the ones largely who are consulting the Trump administration on how to encourage women, American women, to have more children, on how to bring back the nuclear family. It's the creepy glasses people. Yes. It's the couple who love to dress in very severe German modernist outfits. Very much so emphasizing the German aspect of it, because they're also very into eugenics. They're the hipster Silicon Valley eugenicist couple. Although recently she has taken to wearing these weird ass bonnets. Don't know what's going on with that, but
they actually live out. But they say they want to have fathers who are the main breadwinners with single income that can support a family. They want mothers at home taking care of children. They want to, have bonuses for for family members to provide childcare in the home. And we can guess who that might be. It's going to be mothers. It's going to be grandmothers, of course. And they want people to conform to gender roles. They want boys and girls. They don't want, anybody who identifies as LGBT. And they want everything to be based in a kind of biblical vision.
Donald Trump has repeatedly denied any ties to Project 2025. But if you look at the last 93 days, how close is his agenda to what's in the playbook?
It has been almost step for step. You can draw a straight line from what we see in these chapters to the executive orders, to the kind of things they're pursuing, civil servants, obviously. And really, those denials were always nonsense. The people who put this together served in the first Trump administration. They serve in this administration. They worked on his platform committee for the 2024 campaign. It was hogwash.
Then given that,
Pure
when people
hogwash.
say, oh, Elon Musk is the shadow president, do they have it all wrong? When it comes to a shadow president, is it Russell Vought, right? He's now head of the OMB, has huge power in the administration, and he's one of the main architects of Project 2025.
That's right. And he lays out in the plan exactly how to use the executive branch. He thought very closely about how, for example, OMB could become not so much a managerial center, but a place that forces the agencies to do exactly what the president wants.
Every time if I think about having a kid, I'm just going to picture like any of the 1,000 kajillion memes of JD Vance. Like, I don't even know what JD Vance looks like anymore because there's just so many memes of his face. But I'm just gonna picture that, and it's going to make my womb dry up.
And what the president wants seems to be exactly what Project 2025 wants.
But all these people, these architects of Project 2025, I want to go back to this gap you were talking about. What do their lives look like? Because when I think about traditional American families, Donald Trump has been married 3 times. Elon Musk has 13 children, and as of last week, he's marketing for open potential wombs to procreate more. So
you'll never take my non-binary pan-ass alive.
Who are these people specifically? Because the kind of traditional families you're talking about don't seem to be the way they live their own lives.
You know, some of the folks who wrote these chapters do, and what they've discovered is that Donald Trump is a really good vessel. They, I think, understand that he is not a particularly serious person to do this, but that he can achieve what they want. And so they've grafted their goals onto his so that they can get the vision of the family that they want implemented.
But many of the people who voted for Donald Trump voted for him because he was a business guy and they did it for the economy.
Part of the deal,
Do
baby.
baby bonuses and federally funded menstrual classes, could this hurt Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's a really fun part of the plan here is they're going to put money into increasing education and awareness over when women are the most fertile, like when they're ovulating. So women, don't worry. Donald Trump is going to make sure that you know that he knows when you're ovulating. Yeah, those are words that I never want in a sentence together. Donald Trump and when I'm ovulating.
Politically, because I would guess that the core base who supports those ideas
Night, Mr.
are not the
Sonicton.
overwhelming majority of Americans and even the majority of people who voted for Trump.
I think that's right. I mean, they talk about this as a vision of liberty, but it's not a vision of liberty that I think most Americans associate with, and it doesn't feel like freedom.
I don't know, man. Between the tariffs and Donald Trump telling me when I'm ovulating, I'm feeling pretty liberated. I'm feeling pretty damn free.
It feels like a step backwards and putting people back into boxes they were in the 1950s.
So what is the end game for the authors of Project 2025?
Yeah. Okay. Do not use period apps. Don't use them. They track that shit. Like, I know it sounds crazy. I know it might sound conspiratorial, but like, do not use them.
Because when I say I look at Republican lawmakers and over the last 93 days, do they feel like they're winning?
Especially if you live in a state that is very hostile to bodily autonomy, is repressing your ability to have an abortion. That law enforcement will use those apps and track, like, it's gross. Just use your calendar or write notes down.
And for many of them, the answer is no. But I'm guessing for the Project 2025 crew, they feel like they're winning.
That's right. They want to move things as far as they can, as quickly as they can. And they know they're going to get stopped after 100 days or after 2 years when they get to the midterms. But they're playing a very long game. They just want to move the ball forward. And they are looking, decades into the future at a federal government that will be much more restrained and focused around their goals. When Trump is gone, they're still going to be around.
Yes, here we go. There's an NPR article on it. How period tracking apps and data privacy fit into a post-Roe v. Wade climate. Privacy experts are increasingly concerned about how data collected from period tracking apps, among other applications, could potentially be used to penalize anyone seeking or considering an abortion. Millions of people use apps to help track their menstrual cycles. Flow, which bills itself as the most popular period and cycle tracking app, has amassed 43 million active users. Another app, Clue, claims 12 million monthly active users. The personal health data stored in these apps is among the most intimate types of information a person can share. And it can also be telling. The apps can show when their period stops and starts and when a pregnancy stops and starts. That has privacy experts on edge because this data, whether subpoenaed or sold to a third party, could be used to suggest that someone has had or is considering an abortion. We're very concerned in a lot of advocacy spaces about what happens when private corporations or the government can gain access to deeply sensitive data about people's lives and activities, said Lydia Brown, a policy counsel with the Privacy and Data Project at the Center for Democracy and Technology, especially when that data could put people in vulnerable and marginalized communities at risk for actual harm. It's more than just period apps. They aren't the only ways that technology can be used to connect someone to an abortion. If someone's sitting in the waiting room of a clinic that offers abortion services and is playing a game on their phone, that app might be collecting location data. Any app that is collecting sensitive information about your health or your body should be given an additional level of scrutiny. Search histories could also be identifying. Activist groups, regardless of what they're advocating for, might try to purchase a data set that would show where people have been searching for information related to abortion. That information could be used for predatory advertising, but it could also offer a way for private citizens to report another person for seeking an abortion. This could be especially risky in Texas, given the state's controversial new abortion law. Yeah, it's gross. Don't give them any more opportunities to track your very private information and use it to punish you. Get yourself a good old-fashioned calendar. If you need to track your period, do it in a way that will not potentially have your data being sold. Chad, I hate to say this, but it's time to buy the Fear Ann calendars. Yes, buy the Fear Ann calendar solely to track your period. There you go. A great way to use the Fear Ann calendar. This is, the number one period tracker on the App Store will hand over data without a warrant. Very cool. Stardust, this is from a couple years ago. An astrology-focused menstrual tracking app is one of Apple's top 3 most downloaded free apps right now. It's also one of the apps that is put in writing that it will voluntarily, without even being legally required to, comply with law enforcement if it's asked to share user data. Stardust seems to have done a decent job of jumping on this moment when everyone's screaming into the Twitter void to delete your period tracking app by marketing itself as the choice for safety-conscious people to track their cycles. No, fucking liars. Liars. All right. Julia, thank you for the 19 minutes. I mean, besides that being you, why would cops ever need that information? To punish people who've either had an abortion, trying to get an abortion, or even in states where miscarriages are being penalized, right? Like that's what it's about. It's to punish you for not giving birth. Yeah. Did you hear about this? A gacha dating game that tracks your period to make you spend money more when you're on your period? God, what the fuck? Chinese dating simulator Love and Deep Space now has a period tracker. Why do these apps and these simulators, why are they tracking our periods? Just track your period the old-fashioned way, okay? Your phone shouldn't be used for everything, all right? You do not need an app for every single thing. You don't. What the fuck? In its latest update, introduced a Remind Me feature where players can ask their virtual boyfriends to remind them of daily tasks and special events, as well as their upcoming period. Players input information about their menstrual cycle, and the game then generates its own predictive calendar and notifications. The player's in-game boyfriend will offer to pick up some sanitary products or even reach towards the screen and provide an imaginary abdomen massage. Oh my God, this...
Apply a small amount of pressure.
No!
The goal here is to warm the abdominal area,
what?
which can help alleviate some discomfort.
What the fuck?
You're not on your period. You should always be mindful of how much pressure you apply to your abdomen.
What?
This helps prevent your internal organs from being damaged.
What?
Like this. Apply a small amount of pressure. The goal here is to warm the abdominal area, which can help alleviate some discomfort.
Oh my God! That felt kind of good, I'm not gonna lie. I am on my period right now. You know, my abdomen does feel warm. Okay, anyway, Love and Deep Space's period reminders mirror existing period tracker apps, so they do not incorporate the usual fertility date predictions or ability to log symptoms and sexual activity. That's probably a good thing. Period tracker apps have faced scrutiny for mishandling users' data. But Love and Deep Space does state that menstruation data is only used for the prediction and reminder features that will not be shared with any parties without the player's consent. Yeah, always best to practice caution when entering any kind of personal information in platforms, apps, or video games. Wow, okay. Imagine your app boyfriend and period tracker got mad at you for logging sexual activity. They're like, listen, you cheating whore. That's disgusting. What's the name of the game so I can make sure not to download it? It's Love and Deep Space. I'm not going to lie. This simulation is more empathetic than I have ever had any boyfriend be. Like, that was nice. That was really nice. Him off, even though he said, I know you're not on your period, but it's still like, let me rub your abdomen still. The bar is in hell. Like, let me just watch this again. Wait, hold on.
When you're not on your period, you should always be mindful of how much pressure you apply to your abdomen. This helps prevent your internal organs from being damaged.
Like, so thoughtful.
Like this. Apply a small amount of pressure. The goal here is to warm the abdominal area, which can help alleviate some discomfort.
And with the music... With the music, I'm sweating. I'm sweating right now. Let's go next stream game. Yeah, what if I played it as a meme? What if it was just a joke, you know? Like, just so you guys could see how weird it is. You know? Did you even say thank you? Thank you. Thank you so much. I won't lie, I downloaded this on Valentine's Day after a breakup as a joke, and it genuinely raised my standards in men. Oh God, the bar truly is in hell. It really is. I'm not gonna lie. On the outside, I look at a game like that, I go, who would even? And then you look at it for 2 seconds, you're like, you know what, actually? That's kind of nice. It was soothing. Wow. Yeah, men, the bar is so in hell. Okay, anyway. It's giving if your girlfriend bled in your bed, what would you do? And it's the post that's like, I'd put her in a warm shower. I'd draw a hot bath for her. I'd rub her feet. I'd bring her a nice glass of wine. Men really don't know anything about the menstrual cycle. Dude, in the episode, not that this is the menstrual cycle, but if you've watched The Pit, the episode of the woman giving birth, where like they are up in there. There is no hiding whatsoever. It just puts everything on display. Will tried to walk away. Like he didn't want to watch it. And I was like, you sit your fucking ass down and you watch this. And I restarted it, and he had missed because he tried to walk away. He had missed the first part, and I rewinded, and he was like, why? Why are you doing this? I'm like, because you need to watch this. You sit your ass down and you watch. I was like, I will staple your eyeballs open. That's right. Tied him down like Clockwork Orange. Yes. They literally, they had a close-up shot. Yes. It was intense. It was so intense. Who was it in the Discord who's like, I'm not watching all that? Oh, well, if you're Will Neff, you had to watch all that. There was no way that you were not going to watch all that. I was like, I said, I just want you to know that if we ever have a kid, like if I ever have to give birth to a child, you are going to know, I'm going to make you as possibly aware as I can of every element of it. Like, you're going to be up in there. You are going to be up in that shit. Oh, you marathon? Oh, you watched in the Discord starting at IRL 7 a.m. Great. This entire community needs to be on the pit train. They need to be in the pit. That is this community's show. If Will's a feminist, he will carry the baby. Yeah, right. Okay, so let's talk about the motherhood medal that is also being proposed for women who have more, I think it's more than 6 children. Okay. This is a medal that was popular in Nazi Germany. That's right. You heard that correctly. The medal that they are referring to as the National Medal of Motherhood, which in Nazi Germany was called Ehrenkreuz der deutschen Mutter, otherwise known as the Cross of Honor of the German Mother. That was a Nazi prize that was given to mothers of 4 or more children. The medal took the form of a blue cross with a swastika in the center. Great. So, the New York Times has reported that the Trump administration is mulling a suite of initiatives aimed at encouraging Americans to have more babies. Some of the suggestions for these programs came from pronatalists, a loose network of activists who believe that humanity is basically doomed unless people have more kids. In case you didn't know, Elon Musk is a pronatalist. Elon Musk, who has a compound in Texas where he wants all of his children and his baby mamas to reside. Elon Musk, who is continuing to DM women and say, have my baby, and then ignore them after the baby is born. And then they have to try and contact him on Twitter. A few weeks back, this journalist, Kira Butler, hung out with some of these pronatalists in Austin near their conference, which is called, naturally, NatalCon. Ooh, I wonder if there's going to be a conference in LA. No, not NatCon. No, NatalCon. NatalCon. Okay, it was on March 28th. I feel like if there's one in LA, I need to infiltrate. I need to get in. I need to go undercover. I am going to wear a pregnant belly. Why are all the pictures in black and white? Because they're freaks. I need you to understand. Pronatalists are fucking weirdos. They're so weird. They're fucking eugenicist freaks. Like this guy, here's the list of speakers. Look at this guy, raw egg nationalist at Baby Gravy 9. Look at these freaks. Yeah, Yeah, I'm going to disguise myself with a pregnant belly, and I'm gonna infiltrate the next natal con. The Rational Wiki gives a lot of cited evidence about how crazy this conference is. Let me see. Okay, why is this not loading? Hello. Hello, I'm trying to learn about the natal con. Why is it not loading? I don't know. Here's a
Tonight, this message.
Oh, wait, is this the... Oh, yeah, I actually have this. Perfect. I have this bookmarked. Okay. All right, this isn't loading, but there's a CNN report on, which has my favorite couple, Malcolm and Simone Collins, in it. So you will be introduced to them. I just downloaded a virus. What the hell? I don't know. I'll try and let that load. Maybe it won't. Okay, so some of the pro-natalist proposals that the White House is said to be considering include a baby bonus of $5,000, reserving 30% of Fulbright scholarships for applicants who are parents or who are at least married, and offering classes to women to help them identify the most fertile times in their menstrual cycle. Awesome. The thing about the Fulbright scholarships, so the Fulbright scholarship it's a very prestigious grant. And if they reserve 30% of these scholarships for applicants who are parents or who are at least married, this is going to hurt women, especially young women who are early in their careers, say like women who work in research in a field that is really not compatible with raising children, especially early on in their careers. And so if they want to succeed, if they want to, make a name for themselves, have a career, then they are choosing to not have children. And something like a Fulbright scholarship is really crucial for people like that to have the opportunity to study and, and do the kind of work they want to do. And now they want to take 30% of those scholarships and reserve them for people who are parents or who are at minimum married. Other proposals, meanwhile, seem aimed at changing cultural attitudes towards childbearing. A prime example of this is the idea of bestowing a special medal on mothers of 6 or more children. Wait a second. What show were we watching? Wait, wasn't it a Gordon Ramsay show? Who was the mother of 6? Who was the contestant who they just would refer to her as like mother of 6? Do you remember that? No. Elsie. Yes. Elsie, who was mother of 6. That was like what the Chiron would pop up and would say mother of 6 in Hell's Kitchen. Yes. So Elsie is a person who would potentially receive this special motherhood medal. This suggestion came from Malcolm and Simone Collins, a Pennsylvania couple who seem to have appointed themselves heads of the pro-natalist movement and were the belles of the ball at NatalCon. And you will meet them in this fucking video.
Is gaining steam.
So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America.
Well, it's led to...
Oh, God. You know, I'll have a baby if how about this? If JD Vance eats his shit, I will consider having a baby. If he shits on a plate and then scoops it up and shoves it in his mouth, then I will consider having a child. I mean, literally eat his shit. Literally. Choose your words carefully. Oh, I am. I am choosing my words very carefully. There was something else I was going to say, but instead I have settled on if he literally eats his shit, if he does what he already does metaphorically and just spoons his fucking feces down his throat. He already fucked a couch, remember? It's not out of the question. That's why I'm saying I won't 100%. I will consider it though, okay?
To what's called the pro-natalist movement. And it's getting more popular because of messages from Vice President Vance and Elon Musk, who, of course, has at least 13 children with multiple women.
At least.
CNN's Mina Durson is out front at the 2025 Natal Conference because...
Chad, a good book on this topic, if you're interested in this, is Mothers in the Fatherland by Claudia Coons. I feel like we'll see more of this stuff IRL soon, sadly.
Yes, there is a conference.
Raise your hand if you are a mom or a dad in the room here tonight. This is the war for civilization, and we are going to win it one life at a time.
We're here at NatalCon, which is a gathering of about 200 people from all over the world who have come here because they all feel very strongly that the world needs more babies.
There's a civilizational catastrophe coming, and the way to solve it is to have sex. Like, that's got to be the easiest pitch in history.
Birth rates around the world are plummeting, and they think this is the issue of our time.
It's a massive conversation, and that's why we're here.
No, it's actually not. Also, why do these children look like this? I'm sorry. I know it's not the kids' fault. They look like little cult babies. Do you know what I mean? They
We need to encourage more people to get married and have kids. We need those people to be the people of the future.
Many countries...
It's giving Children of the Corn, okay? It is. It's giving Children of the Corn. It's giving Children of the Corn.
Are no longer having enough kids to replace their populations. Some experts predict this will cause labor shortages and inflation, permanently changing the economy. The people most passionate about this call themselves pro-natalists.
Look at how many fucking men there are. Look at how many men there are at the pro-natalist conference. Ugh. Look at all these men being like, yeah, we're gonna have more sex so we can have more babies. Yeah, I love pregnant women. Yeah, I fucking love when women are pregnant. Yeah, it just gets me so fucking...
People are like, why are high fertility people always...
Wait, wasn't Colleen Ballinger's dad, didn't he have a pregnancy fetish? Do you think he's at this conference?
So weird.
Malcolm and Simone Collins have 4 kids, soon to be 5. And
Look at these fucking freaks. I hate them so much. I hate this. Look at her. She's doing like Handmaid's Tale cosplay. These Nazi freaks. They are the fucking worst. If you don't remember, because I have covered them in the past, if you don't remember, this is the couple where Malcolm, the father, slapped his child. Like, they abused their children. And they did so when they were being interviewed by a journalist. And the journalist was like, what the fuck? Like, the journalist was recording the conversation and captured on the recording him hitting his child. And then they wrote a piece on that. I think it was in The Guardian, I think. But yeah, he slapped his toddler in the middle of an interview. Yes. Oh my God. Remember? And oh my God. Remember they said that the criticism is racist? Oh, these people are the fucking worst. Okay, they said they were on a mission because they want to set the future of our species, blah, blah, blah. They've done several interviews, but in a recent interview the couple gave to The Guardian, Journalist Jenny Kleeman described Malcolm Collins slapping one of his toddlers in public after the child knocked the table with his foot and caused it to teeter. This is a toddler, a baby who's just learning to walk. And they knocked into the table, and Malcolm Collins slapped the toddler in the face. Immediately, like a reflex, Malcolm hits him in the face. It's not a heavy blow, but it's a slap with the palm of his hand direct to his 2-year-old son's face that's firm enough for me to hear on my voice recorder when I play it back later. And Malcolm has done it in the middle of a public place in front of a journalist who he knows is recording everything. Then he said to his child, "I love you, but you gotta be nice in restaurants. You're gonna get bopped if you do that." The incident went viral. The blah, 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 blah. The pro-natalist couple hits their children, one user said. Another said, "Jesus Christ, the kid is 2. My kid is 2. The idea of hitting her has simply never occurred to me. If you know any 2-year-olds, it should be obvious how obviously nuts it is to do this." In an email to Business Insider, Simone Collins said that the toddler, who, yeah, by the way, they named their kids, of course, the worst fucking names. This kid was named Torsten Savage. Another one of their kids they named, Industry Americus. Industry Americus. Yeah, these are who these people are, okay? So Simone Collins said that the toddler was intentionally acting out and that tipping over a table with glassware on it could be deadly in a house with infants. God, yeah. Their toddler was acting intentionally and not because they're a fucking toddler. Malcolm said that he and his wife choose to adopt the punishment specifically after observing animal parenting models. These people are psychopaths. Animal parenting models. Yeah, you know that some animals eat their young? I don't think that's a good thing to be doing. Modeling your parenting after animals, like your child is not an animal. You fucking eugenicist freaks. Basically, across the nose is what we aim for, Malcolm Collins said. The reason I think it's better than a slap on the wrist is because it doesn't need to be painful to have the same impact. By that, what I mean is when somebody enters the space around your face, it's very shocking. Yeah, it's traumatizing as fuck. Especially if you're in an emotional loop, which is easy for kids to get into. It's very traumatizing. He adds, the only way you could achieve the same effect by hitting a child's wrist is to hit it large enough to cause a significant amount of pain, which I wouldn't want to do, but I can understand why visually people might be like, oh, the slight hit on the nose or the face is really bad because it looks visually bad. No, you fucking freak. It is bad. It is bad. I'm reminding you of who these people are because this is who is not whispering even, but like has the ear of Donald Trump and is formulating the policies for a pro-birth agenda in this country. That's who these people are. They are the founders of a pro-birth organization, and they are directly influencing the current administration. They're the ones who are suggesting the Nazi Mother Medal of Honor. Okay, and then this is the part that's like, oh my God. Both Simone and Malcolm Collins, who are white, said they found the backlash that they received on social media to be racist, arguing that minorities often hit their children without facing the same backlash. We're kind of shocked by the racism threaded throughout this recent controversy. It's pretty well documented that African Americans and other minority groups practice corporal punishment much more than other groups. Malcolm said that the criticism was uniquely offensive to him, considering the majority of Americans practice some form of corporal punishment, as you can see from the statistics, with specifically that being the minority groups of Americans. He added, so yeah, I think it's an arguably racist position. Insane. And just remember that if people treat their children like this in public, when they're giving an interview to a journalist who is recording the conversation, imagine how they act in private. Imagine. Yeah. Everyone was being very racist to the Collins when they were outraged at them at Malcolm slapping their toddler in the face.
Some of the loudest advocates for pronatalism.
What we've seen is pronatalism and demographic collapse have become the global warming of the right. Some of the first people who really recognize the scale of the problem are major players in the White House right now, you know, like J.D. Vance and Elon Musk.
The birth rate is very low.
Look at them! Look at them!
In almost every country. And something, unless that changes, civilization will disappear.
Elon Musk's fixation with population collapse has pushed pronatalism into the spotlight. His tweets about NatalCon helped double attendance for this year's event, where the tickets cost $1,000.
Yes, I spent all of my savings coming here, actually.
Do you want to have kids?
Yes.
You don't have kids?
No, not
Also, I know we know, but this is about control, okay? All of this is about controlling women. This is about controlling society, okay? Because they don't give a fuck about the actual issues that children and that parents face in this country. They don't give a shit that we don't have paid family leave, that we don't have universal child care, that we are not taking measures to address the rising maternal mortality rate, especially with Black mothers. They don't give a fuck about making parenting easier, making it less of a burden for working class families, because that's not what they're about. They are not interested in making children a more affordable thing to have in this country, or making children healthier, or taking care of children or their families whatsoever. This is about control. This is about dictating what American society looks like. And that is not LGBTQ couples. That is not trans children. That is not women being allowed to have autonomy over their bodies, choosing to have a child or not have a child. It's taking freedom from people to live their lives as they wish to, and it is also only increasing the burdens upon those who do have children.
How many do you want to have?
There's also the darker side of this freak-ass pronatalist movement in eugenics, where we get to dictating who shouldn't have kids, which can lead to forced sterilization, which also went hand in hand with this birth praise in Nazi Germany. Yes, do you think Elon Musk is a person who thinks that everyone should have a child? No, not at all. Elon Musk is a person who thinks that people like him should have more children, that he believes that he is serving a higher purpose by repopulating the planet with his fucking seed.
Well, minimum 5. I want to have my first at 22, and then I want to have
you gotta get on that.
Yeah, I know.
Organizers said they heard a lot of interest in matchmaking, so they gave yellow wristbands to singles to help them find each other. You have a yellow wristband?
Yes.
So you're
and
you're open to mingling.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Have you met anybody good?
I'm not sure if you can tell.
Yeah.
But like, there's a lot of lads here. There's not that many ladies.
The speakers are largely dry.
No shit. Yeah, no fucking shit, you freak. He said, well, he's talking about how he's single and they have these yellow wristbands to help singles meet each other and then immediately have babies. And he said there's a lot of lads here, not a lot of ladies. Isn't that interesting? There's more men. There's more men, both single and not single, at this pro-natalist conference. People who are in support of controlling women's bodies, who are repressive. who want to oppress women? Oh, yeah, where the vibes are completely fucked. You're surprised that more men are there and not more single women? Man, I can't believe that I'm having a hard time finding single ladies at this conference where a lot of men are getting up and talking about controlling women's bodies. Didn't he also say he spent his savings to come to the con? Yeah, it's fucked. Like, oh, God. Rancid vibes. Rancid. Yeah, that guy who spent all his money to come to this conference in the hope of meeting a nice young woman who would give him 12 children. Grody.
Economist types focused on tweaks.
I paid $1,000 to impregnate a woman, and there's none here. I want my money back.
To boost birth rates, from tax credits to housing. But politically, the vibe is firmly right-wing.
The marginal people need to go back to the margins.
We want to raise families. The left is raising pride flags over cat shelters.
In 2024 actually did have a slight uptick.
Yeah, I love this idea that people on the left are hostile to kids, right? That like there's this hostility towards children if you're on the left, when in actuality, it's people on the left who believe in policies that are good for children, that are good for families. Yeah, who believe in not only the freedom to dictate your life how you see fit, but to put policies in place that will make it easier for those who choose to have children. Like, what? Should we all be saying the children belong in the mind? Like, is it because we don't support child labor? Because we're not supporting forced birth? Yeah, no, we're all just obsessed. We hate children and we just... I mean, we do love cats, but... Yeah, because we don't support child marriage. We want free childcare. If you have free childcare, guess what? People may choose to have more children. Yeah. No, it's insane. It's absolute insanity to pretend as if the evil left are evil to children, that we hate children, when in actuality, we want children to be safe. We want children to be cared for. We want children to be allowed to be who they are. We don't want to oppress children. We don't want to oppress the people who are having children, who are raising children. Caring about children after birth is woke and soy. Yeah, it's really soy to care about a child after it's born. The evil left wants to end childhood hunger. Yeah, the evil left wants there to be universal childcare. Doesn't want children to not be able to have lunch at school. Doesn't want children to not be able to go to school. Doesn't want children to be like threatened by Homeland when they're at school. The evil left. Yeah, we're raising... And we want pride flags over cat shelters. Yes, and we want the cats to be gay. This goes hand in hand with the numerous instances of right-wingers disguising themselves as liberals in order to trap liberal women on dating apps. Think Ballerina Farms and others. They're all freaks, man. That's what they are. They're just freaks. You know, it's simple as that. They're fucking weirdos. They're freak-ass weirdos.
Births. Bad news. It was just the anchor babies from the illegal immigrants.
It's pretty difficult to draw a neat, tidy circle around everybody here. The far right or the extreme right, like, we would like to have more babies, but we would like to have more of our babies. On the other end, people like, more babies are always good, whether it's babies or immigrants. And The other axis, trad Catholics, Mormons, and then like a kind of tech bro or tech futurist genetic selection of embryos, trying to refine the quality
Our
of the
babies is
that are born.
disgusting.
Because the Collinses are building...
No, it's all like eugenics, like ultra nationalist, right wing, Christian fascist bullshit. Our babies. It's so gross.
Their family through IVF, using experimental testing to rank embryos for traits from health risks to intelligence. They get one of the biggest criticisms of pronatalism, that it's code for eugenics.
Eugenics is when you say, these are good traits, these are bad traits.
This is just people choosing among their own embryos. We're not talking about sterilizing people or all the classic problems that are out there with eugenics.
Ahead of the conference, press coverage called out some speakers as...
Okay. These two. First of all, they're full of shit. Okay, look at them. They're cosplaying Handmaid's Tale, all right? And that's the thing about this, right? It's not about everyone have more babies. No. It's certain people having specific kinds of babies, genetically selected humans. That's what Simone refers to this future of more babies as. And this is how they have had, so their own IVF generated embryos, they scan their IVF generated embryos before their pregnancies so that they can select for features like high IQ. They are explicitly eugenicist, and they have they refer to themselves as like elites. They do. Like, they are very proud of it. They brag about it. They brag about their genetic superiority. Why do you think they do the German cosplay? Like, why do you think that they have such a fetish? They have such a fetish for dressing up as Germans and like pushing these ideas that come from Nazi Germany, like the motherhood medal.
Race science promoters and eugenicists, and students accuse the event.
These two get articles written about them every 6 months. Yes, because they are very dominant in the pro-birth movement, in the pro-natalism movement, and they're so at the forefront of it that they are directly working with the Trump administration. Anything that you hear in the coming, like what already Trump has announced and what they continue to announce, this is coming from people not just like the Collins, but the Collins themselves.
Of hosting Nazis, a criticism organizer Kevin Dolan. Ahead of the conference, press coverage called out some speakers as race science promoters and eugenicists, and students accused the event of hosting Nazis, a criticism organizer Kevin Dolan dismissed.
You can't be governed by people calling you names.
Listen, some people use the word Nazi. We just like to use, there's things that we have in common, but that word is so, it's what even is a Nazi, Not Z. Yes, Z.
These ideas, they're not going to come from people who don't want to hurt any feelings.
Do you feel like there's a risk of alienating people with the kind of speakers you've selected and that tenor?
Of course.
And is that a risk for the larger cause?
Some of those people are polarizing. They're my friends. And I'm not going to chuck them under the bus.
We can't let the right own things that are that fundamental.
Paul Constance was the only liberal we met.
Did he just say some of those Nazis are my friends? I'm not going to throw them under the bus. Look, I know that people freak out when people start spewing Nazi rhetoric and ideals, but come on. They're my friends. What do you want me to do? What, am I supposed to not have them get up on stage and speak, not have them be a part of the movement, not have them be saying the things that I absolutely agree with.
The whole weekend.
I'm here because I think it's a really big topic, and progressives need to be in the conversation.
Why is this such a big deal to you?
So I have kids in their 20s. Young people today feel very hesitant or unable to form families. It's very easy to talk about cat ladies and to imply that people on the left don't care about kids. It's much harder to actually put forward policies that would make everyone of any political stripe be more inclined to form a family.
I think that one of the things that often gets skipped over in any discussion of natalism today is kind of the actual lives of women who make decisions about whether or not to bring a child into the world. Don't forget about the ladies. Don't forget about the people who have the babies.
No. We're simply vessels. We are reproductive vessels. That is our worth. Our worth is just to have semen put inside of us and form an embryo and then have a child. We are nothing more than our uterus. That is why we were created. That is why we are here on this planet. We are baby vessels. We are womb warriors. We are birthing vessels. We are baby vending machines. We are cum dumpsters. We are cumsters. That's right. We are vehicles for Elon Musk to operate however he sees fit. We are his Tesla.
And I think you can see that crowd is pretty homogenous, very white, largely male.
Oh,
we heard
shocking.
many of the speakers had to drop out because they were pregnant. So lost a lot of women that way. A lot of men told us they were there repping their wives because, when you have a big family like that, you can't travel to a conference. It becomes very expensive and someone has to do that childcare. So I think this lack of diversity kind of shows that
Someone's got to do the childcare. We're all looking for the one who's got to do the childcare. Oh, that's right. It's women. Right. No, it's not someone has to do the childcare. It's the woman has to do the childcare. Like, how about the irony in that these women couldn't even speak at the pro-natalist conference because they're pregnant or because they had to care for the 18,000 children at home. Like, they can't even go speak at this conference to advocate for having babies because they're too busy with one on each tit because they're pregnant and so they couldn't do it. Oh no, so it's got to be the men who are speaking at the conference. They are representing the women. If my mom had had one more baby, she could have gotten the Motherhood Medal of Honor. My parents stopped at 5 if they had had 6. Have you seen the article about Ballerina Farm? Yeah, I read that on stream when it came out.
this is a self-selecting group. This message is kind of staying within these bubbles for now. And while these people are quite panicked about this, a lot of experts we spoke to for this piece said collapse is really a little overblown.
Yeah, it is amazing though watching. It's such an incredible report, but it did stand out so many white men. That's who was represented there.
Fork found in kitchen. White men at the pro-natalist conference? I'm shocked. I can't believe it. What's the fork doing in this kitchen? Well, wait a second. I had one baby. I cannot imagine the process of having 6. Well, if you want the Motherhood Medal of Honor, then you better get going. You better get on it. The Collins can't take full credit for the idea of a motherhood medal. France issued a similar medal since 1920, but the idea really picked up steam when Adolf Hitler, remember him, first conferred a similar honor on German mothers of 8 or more children in 1939, calling it the Cross of Honor on the German Mother. Or as I said, Ehrenkreuz der deutschen Mutter. Naturally, Jews were not among the 3 million women who received the medal between 1939 and 1944. Yeah, it's like in the United States of America, how immigrants having children is not seen as a good thing. And in fact, they'll get blamed for all of the problems in this country. Immigrants and their children, that's why America's going down the tubes. Not the fallopian tubes, that's for sure. The fascist Soviet Union leader Joseph Stalin followed suit, offering a similar medal in 1944. The highest honor went to mothers of 9 or more children, although mothers of 7 and 8 were also recognized. I'm surprised that Elon Musk hasn't just given himself a medal, a mother medal. The Motherhood Medal has been especially popular in authoritarian regimes the world over, including in Hungary, Kazakhstan, and Russia. The Trump administration has shown signs of enthusiasm for a pro-natalist agenda. Doge head Elon Musk, well, maybe not for much longer, because Elon Musk's fifis are getting hot. His fifis are hot. He maybe wants to leave politics because of all the attacks from the left. Poor Elon Musk. Everyone's being so mean. Yeah, he's reportedly set to leave his government role. You know, it's interesting because I think he's actually being forced out, but I think that this is a way for him to try to pretend he's not being forced out by saying, I'm leaving because everyone on the left is being so mean to me. Yeah, that's why... That's what's going on here, Elon Musk, is that people on the left are viciously attacking you for no reason whatsoever. And it's not because you're a big fucking loser who is pillaging the U.S. government in order to continue to line your own filthy rich pockets. So much for the tolerant left. Ha ha, I thought the left was supposed to be tolerant. Look at even how stupid that hat looks on his head. I hate that. I hate that the hat isn't on his head. It's on top of his head. Trump was right about everything. Really? Because he wasn't right about you, and he's pretty much admitted it, that you're so fucking annoying. Vice President J.D. Vance has proposed the idea of a weighted voting system in which the votes cast by parents would be valued more highly than those by the childless. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, a father of 9, signed a memo recommending that his department prioritize communities with marriage and birth rates higher than the national average. Very cool. So if you want to, I don't know, take transportation, well, you better have a bunch of kids. If you want there to be trains that work in your city. Yeah. So what this would mean is that like busy metropolitan urban centers, Sean Duffy's just looking for an excuse to like take money from liberal cities. Sorry, you don't have enough kids. Last month, during a Women's History Month event at the White House, Trump said, "We're gonna have tremendous goodies in the bag for women too." A goodie bag? For like what is this? Is it like a discount for a period app tracker? What do you mean you're gonna have tremendous goodies in the bag for women too? Lube? To make the dry dick go down easier? The women between the fertilization and all the other things we're talking about, it's gonna be great. Fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. God, I hate when he says words. I honestly hate when he says words. I hate that he uses the word fertilization as much as he does. I'll be known as the fertilization president, and that's okay. No, you won't be known as the fertilization president, and that's fucking weird. What do you mean you'll be known as the fertilization president? God, you know his next book is going to be Art of the Fertilization. Art of the Fertilization. It's the best fertilization. I do fertilization the best. Noticeably lacking from the pro-natalist proposals discussed in the New York Times piece were policies that would help families manage the demands of parenting. Things like childcare subsidies, expanded access to health care, and more support for caregivers of disabled children. Oh yeah, no. No, because these people don't give a shit once the child is born. They don't care. They care about the child. They care about the child until the moment it's born, and then you can just throw it in a ditch. Like, seriously, throw the baby in a ditch. They don't give a fuck. You know, I mean, you have, currently, you have RFK Jr., who is now going to, there's now going to be an autism registry, okay? He's talking about launching a disease registry to track Americans with autism because he claims that autism is a preventable disease that destroys families. So talk about something that we are approaching in just the most monstrous way possible. By we, I mean the Trump administration, treating autism like this horrible, preventable disease. And it's like, how about for adults and children with autism, we provide the resources to help them operate in this world to like have, you know, if the education that they need, you know, depending on the type of autism that they have, right? If their autism renders them disabled, then providing them care, right? Like having empathy and understanding of people who have autism not being like these disease-riddled monsters. But like, again, they don't give a shit about actually caring for children and for adults. They don't give a fuck. Right? Like they view autism as something that's bad, and that goes hand in hand with eugenics. This idea that, oh, we will be able to eradicate autism. Like we eradicate other diseases. That's what their plan is. That's the way that they view autism, as a disease to be eradicated, as a completely preventable disease. And so they're taking away funding. They're taking away resources that actually should go to helping adults and children who have autism, if they so require, extra care. And they're putting it into, they're putting it into like this, into bullshit research and studies to eradicate it. Yeah, they don't believe vaccines work, but they believe autism is a disease that can be eradicated. And now they're going to be taking people's private medical information. The National Institute of Health is now amassing private medical records to give to Robert fucking Kennedy in his new agenda to study autism in order to get rid of it. Yeah. So they're going to be taking people's private medical information. Did he say what the registry will do? Yeah, the idea of this registry is that they are going to study They're going to have, comprehensive research, and they're going to study autism so that they can get rid of it. That they are claiming that there is a cure. That there is a cure to make people, first of all, to make people so that they don't become autistic, and then also to cure people of their autism. This is completely unfounded. It further stigmatizes autism, and it's cruel. It's extremely cruel. The real depressing thing is that it would be great if there was a ton of funding on autism prevalence causes, on how to be empathetic to neurodiverse living, but we're just going to do some cross-sectional studies with terrible stats, ban vaccines, and make autism out to be a disease that is preventable. Yeah. How is that cruel? Don't you do study on cancer patients if they can find a cure? Do you think that getting cancer is the equivalent of getting autism? Like, do you think that that's how autism works? Or have you been reading RFK Jr.'s books? Because let me tell you that autism is not equivalent to cancer. So treating it like you would treat something such as cancer, where you research it in order to find ways to prevent getting it or to cure someone if they have autism. I'm gonna say some Fed shit. No, but like, here's the thing, okay? Let me be real for a second. Obviously the inclination is to shit on this chatter, okay? Because that is a very crazy thing to say. But this is worrisome because there are more and more people who are believing this straight up misinformation, okay? Misinformation around autism, misinformation and disinformation, where they are believing that vaccines cause autism, where they are believing that autism is inherently this awful thing, right? Because of the already existing stigma around people of autism, and that we can get rid of it, that it's like a disease that you can be cured of. And it is scary. It is scary how many people, that this has moved from the fringe to the mainstream, that once upon a time, believing that vaccines cause autism was a fringe thing. And now the head of Health and Human Services, who believes this, who's one of the leading proponents of this bullshit, unfounded theories, beliefs, has made this mainstream. It's so tiring. We've been screaming that we don't want a cure. We just want to have basic support and understand. They constantly ignore us and try to force what they think is best on us. Yeah. So to that chatter, I need you to understand why that is a horrible comparison to make. But I think the bigger picture here is that that person who said that is far from alone in believing this false information that they are getting, that they are surrounded by when it comes to autism and vaccines. I currently work in an autism research lab, and much of our work focuses on the genetics. Also, we already know that many of the genetic differences that contribute to autism are already linked to the higher mutation count in the eggs and sperm of older adults. Parents having children later in life correlates with the chance that their child is autistic. Right, like autism research, and it's not that research into autism is this bad thing. It's research into autism, treating autism as a disease that can be eradicated. That's where the bad comes from. Of convincing people that they shouldn't get vaccines because vaccines will cause their child to be autistic, and that to have an autistic child is terrible. This is my favorite take on RFK autism. RFK Jr. saying autistic people will never play baseball. Have you ever heard a major league pitcher talk? This is why I prefer to say I'm autistic than I have autism, as it makes it sound like a disease this way. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Like you say, I have autism, and that just feeds into this idea that autism is a disease. Instead of focusing on the best ways to support people with, yeah, I mean, that's right. It's like autistic people, autistic adults and children deserve to be supported, not in the way of treating autism like this awful disease that they got because they got vaccines and therefore it's preventable, but supported in that they have, they have like the resources to alleviate the stresses in life that accompany, being autistic, especially if your autism is more severe. Like when I was a teacher, I had a couple students. Who required an assistant in class, who had to be in special education classes that they required round the clock care, and their families had the money to be able to afford that, but a lot of people don't. And so autistic kids who require more resources are falling through the cracks. They're not getting the help that they need. One of the main things that he points to, and these are his words, you don't see autism in older people, it's only in younger people, but I know he knows that adults aren't diagnosed with autism because of access and other factors. Right. There is this, it's a fallacy that because when statistics go up, okay, when there's more of something and there was less before, that then there's a causation there, right? It's the same thing that they say about LGBTQ people, where there didn't used to be this many gay and trans people, but now there's so many gay and trans people. So clearly something is causing this. Oh, I wonder if maybe it's because of awareness. I wonder if it's maybe because of more acceptance. People who don't feel like they have to just talk about their special roommate. Yeah, my uncle just had a special, your Aunt Lisa's special friend, Cindy, And it's the same. Look, there are a number of factors that can be the reason for autism rates increasing, including that we have increased awareness of something like autism. That as we seek to normalize it, as we seek to destigmatize autism, that more people have, announced or just said, that they are autistic, that they test for it, right? Like more diagnostic markers. better testing, understanding the spectrum of like autism before was not viewed as a spectrum. Like there was just one definition, one like a very narrow understanding of what autism is. Breast cancer diagnosis rose by 300% between 1973 and 1992. Mammograms were implemented for breast screening in 1976. Prevalence can absolutely be a function of improved ability to diagnose something. Right. But people like RFK Jr. will attribute a faulty cause to an increase in, an increase in something like autism by saying that there is something that's causing this, and that something is vaccines. Not only is he targeting people on the spectrum, but he's specifically targeting people with high support needs. My sister's high support needs, and hearing the shit that he's spewing, him regurgitating this stigmatism and misinformation, it's so fucking exhausting. Right. Like, imagine that I imagine, like, how painful it must be for people who either have family members who are autistic. Did I say artistic? There's just all these artistic people everywhere. Autistic family members who have high support needs or themselves are autistic and have higher support needs and are being told that this is a disease that is preventable, right? So it's actually that you not only is this a bad thing, but that your parents caused this. Or like you did something that caused you to get this bad disease. So many artistic people. What's going on? Okay, let's talk about Sharon Osborne. Fucking bitch. Okay, why are we talking about Sharon Osborne? That's a good question. The reason that we're talking about Sharon Osborne is because Sharon Osborne has quite a lot to say about Kneecap. Kneecap, who performed at Coachella, at this past Coachella, and brandished a message that said, "Fuck Israel, free Palestine." And of course, Zionists are up in arms. They are real pissed off because how dare this Irish group, Irish people who know a thing or two about oppression, how dare they say the words "fuck Israel" and "free Palestine." So Sharon Osborne has gotten herself involved, okay? And initially she was calling out, just calling out the message of how awful it was, how anti-Semitic and evil and pro-terrorism, blah, blah, blah. But now the latest thing that Sharon Osborne has done is she's calling upon the government to revoke Kneecap's visas. That's what she's got to say about that. Sharon Osborne wants Kneecap's visas revoked over their message at Coachella. So on Friday, April 18th, Kneecap performed at Coachella and received help from leftist social media personality who? Piker? Hold on a second. I also remember Will Neff and Mauricio Marsh being there as well. In broadcasting pro-Palestine messages on stage and on live streams to bring awareness to the ongoing Israeli genocide. The Northern Irish rap trio is facing backlash from many people, including Sharon Osborne and Fox News. While festivals like Coachella showcase remarkable talent from around the globe, music's primary purpose is to unite people. Osborne wrote yesterday in an exhaustingly long tweet. Oh yeah, that's what your husband was doing when he was biting the heads off of bats. His main purpose there was to unite the people. It should not be a venue for promoting terrorist organizations or spreading hate. Green Day, a band I personally admire, chose to share their views on the Middle East during the Coachella performance. While I respect their right to express their opinions, such discussions would have been more appropriate at their own concert, not at a festival. Sharon, nobody cares what the fuck you have to say. Also, to Raf, to Furious, thank you for the Prime. CO Pop, thank you for the bits. Crumpets, thank you for the 26 months. Hager BR, thank you for the 2 months. Kneecap, an Irish rap group, took their performance to a different level by incorporating aggressive political statements. Oh yeah, that's what's aggressive, Sharon. A political statement by Kneecap is what's aggressive here, not motherfucking genocide. Their actions included projections of anti-Israel messages and hate speech, and this band openly support terrorist organizations. This behavior raises concerns about the appropriateness of their participation in such a festival and further shows they are booked to play in the USA. Reports indicate that Golden Voice was unaware of Kneecap's political intentions when they were booked. However, after witnessing their performance during the first weekend, allowing them to perform again that following weekend suggests support of their rhetoric and a lack of due diligence. I urge you to join me in advocating for the revocation of Kneecap's work visa. Okay. Kneecap responded saying her rant has so many holes in it that it hardly warrants a reply, but she should listen to War Pigs that was written by Black Sabbath, her husband. And I pointed out on the Twitter, why is this the first thing that pops up? I pointed out, it's real fucking rich for Sharon Osborne to be talking about moral integrity. Okay? Because Sharon Osborne, I don't know if y'all remember, but she used to be a host on The Talk, and she was ousted after allegations that she was using homophobic and racist slurs against her fellow co-hosts. She was like in tears defending Piers Morgan's racism towards Meghan Markle. So like all of this shit that she was embroiled in that led to her being ousted from The Talk. And then eventually she teamed up with Piers Morgan and now has a show for his network. So like she's a real piece of shit. But also, I don't know if anybody remembers this story, but Sharon Osborne confessed to an incident where she and Ozzy had lit a candle on Christmas, and that candle caused their house to burn. And then she forced her assistant to go back into the burning house to retrieve artwork. And then later, when they were laughing about it and the assistant didn't find it funny, she fired him because she was like, if you don't find that funny, then you can't work for me. She's a fucking asshole. She is a piece of shit, okay? I mean, I don't think you really have to know the ins and outs of Sharon Osborne to know that she frickin' sucks. But she frickin' sucks, okay? So, like, just the nerve. Fuck off, Sharon! husband's music? Young Sip, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Probably heard, but never listened. Yeah. Funny first comment. Love the movie and the music, but you should just have stayed away from politics. Shut up and dribble. Like, there are a lot of people who just straight up, they don't understand the role of artists like Kneecap. They don't. Oh my god, is that an emo of Jen? Oh my god. Let me read some of these. Amongst the hundreds of violent Zionist threats, there's thousands of these. Hey guys, retired Brit military officer in Bangor. Saw the post about you. Love your music. Free Palestine. Fuck the haters. Love language.
Day of judgment, God is calling.
Day of judgment, God is calling.
Underneath the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for the sick. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
Trying to suppress Irish political speech. Yeah, that tracks. That fucking tracks. As a Palestinian in exile, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving us a voice on the world stage. I've been following you and your music for a while now. Big fan of the balaclavas. And I follow your Twitter and see your posts regarding Palestine all the time. You're one of the few artists I follow who have the balls to say it like it is. Which is sad to say in a sense because that's what art should be about, yet so many artists choose to remain neutral and uninvolved, urging us to separate the art from the artist. I'm looking at you, Radiohead. I say fuck that. Keep on doing the good work and keep your chins up. Glory to Ireland and Palestine. Peace be upon you. I'm not sure if this message will reach you, but many of us in Gaza bear witness to your message at Coachella. Thank you for speaking up about us. So many of us have untold stories we wish to share with the world. All we want is for our voices to reach out. Wait, I thought this was a note to you, Carol. I was like, what music have I missed? Oh yeah, I put out a song called Hero with Lara Trump. Thank you for uplifting our voices and not forgetting about us. I hope my small message reaches you and continues to give you hope like you give us. Much love from Kenya. Have no fucking idea what you're saying in 80% of the lyrics, but y'all are doing right. Palestine will remember. Honestly, that's so real. It is so hard to understand Irish. Despite Osborne saying that there were reports indicating Golden Voice was unaware of Kneecap's political intentions, Chara points out that they've spoken about Palestine at every single gig since the band's formation, long before October 2023, as the oppression and brutal occupation of Palestine has been ongoing for 77 years. Yeah, like Coachella knows, Golden Voice knows who Kneecap is. Also, Kneecap was not the only artist to mention Palestine at Coachella. Not this year and also not last year. We believe we have an obligation to use our platform when we can to raise the issue of Palestine, and it was important for us to speak out at Coachella as the USA is the main funder and supplier of weapons to Israel as they commit genocide in Gaza. As I said from the stage, the US government could stop the genocide tomorrow. It's important that young Americans here know it. Kneecap have been sharing the reactions to their performances, including the clip of Fox News discussing it with fucking Riley Gaines. Oh my God, never has mediocrity been so rewarded. Never has mediocrity, like seriously, failing upwards. Riley Gaines is the definition of failing upwards. Also, do not forget that initially Riley Gaines, after she came in 5th place, she was like totally fine. Okay. 5th place. She was totally fine. She did not like say all this anti-trans shit. And it wasn't until she realized that there was an opportunity there for her, that she was never going to be the best swimmer, but she could have money and she could have fame and she could have a career from being the 5th place swimmer who's taking on the trans movement. Insane. Like, why is Riley Gaines on fucking Fox News talking about Kneecap's performance at Coachella? Unsurprisingly, Disturbed's David Draymond thanked Osborne and also wants to talk to Billy Joe Armstrong, who changed a lyric in Jesus of Suburbia to speak up for Palestine. What a fucking loser. David Draymond, what a loser. Thank you, Sharon Osborne. No, shut up. Shut up. Carol, I just found out David Lynch themed bars opening near my house. Dude, I saw the news of that. That is going to be awesome. Fuck David Draymond, he's ruined Disturbed for me. Like, fuck all these people. Sharon Osborne, Riley Gaines. Fuck you, Riley Gaines. You are so clearly a grifter, okay? You came in 5th place. You were initially fine with it. And then when you realized that there would be a big spotlight for you if you started like railing against trans athletes, then that's why you started doing it. Yeah. And doesn't need to be said, but how disgusting it is that people are more upset over a group like Kneecap making a statement than they are over genocide. Like that's like what's going on here. All these people they are so morally outraged. They are up in righteous arms over a rap group, an actress, students, whoever it is, who is actually morally righteous and standing up for Palestine, and they are outraged more by words than they are by the actions of Israel. Like, it's just so transparently vicious and gross, right? Like, I don't know what else to say at this point. It's like, okay, yeah, we get it. You care more about someone saying fuck Israel than you do about an ongoing genocide. Okay? Like, you're a horrible fucking person. You're a horrible, horrible, disgusting person.
Looks like Coachella has a Hamas problem. The videos coming out of the Coachella
Coachella is Hamas.
Music and Arts Festival has been absolutely horrific. A band of drunken Irish hooligans projected this statement: Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. F Israel, free Palestine. Can you imagine? Got a bunch of kids to chant free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine! Which of course they happily did, because these kids don't watch the news. They watch is TikTok, which has a lot of primary sources of Gazan people being bombed by Israel. Also, one of the Irish rappers said Tiach fight H Arla, which is Irish for I am anti-Semitic. Headliner Green Day changed the lyrics to one of their songs to say this: running away from pain like the kids from Palestine. And it didn't stop there. No, in fact, I have been given a bunch of leaked footage from Coachella in which they do this to other songs.
Do you have the time to free Palestine? We all support Hamas. Wake me up when Israel ends.
Didn't stop at Green Day. Even Lady Gaga herself did this.
Love Yas and war, feet to the river, Gaza to Ramallah, want to be Hamas. Love Yas.
Artist after artist let it be known exactly where they stand when it comes to Israel. Even Post Malone.
There will be no more Israel. I'm famous pop star Post Malone. Zionism needs to go.
Missy Elliott did the same thing. She put her thing down, flipped it, and reversed it. And it turns out that in reverse, it was a subliminal message straight from the Ayatollah of Iran.
Work it. I put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it.
We must bring down the Zionist entity. We must bring down the Zionist entity.
If you got a big, let me...
What happened to music being non-political? You know, there was a time when music was just about holding hands, figuring out who's keeps letting dogs out, and about like Vietnam. I, for one, am ashamed that I ever went to Coachella. Got my first hand job.
He's so funny. Yeah, that's Matt Lieb. I feel like I've been showing his stuff for the last year and a half or so.
Looks like Coachella has a
like he's definitely gained more traction. Yeah, if you don't know who he is, he's very funny. He's very funny. He is it's like his main thing comedy. I know he has a podcast. He's got like a YouTube channel. His podcast is called Bad Hospera. He works for Good Mythical Morning too. Yes. So yeah, he's a content creator. He does a bunch of stuff. Liberal Zionist rapper does some Bad Hospera.
I'm a liberal guy, but sometimes kids gotta die. It's true. I saw a free parking sign, thought it said free Palestine. It is Zionist Jew, born and raised with Western views, yeah? This is self-defense, so get your neck off of me, boo, please. Ain't it? Israeli, none of your business. You what? This is my land. You can tell by me accent. Yeah. My own land is threatened. I'm from the Mina via West End, and my white skin is reddened because the sun is anti-Semitic. Arabs hate gays, make all them ladies them cover their face. It's a disgrace because we love the gays. And if you don't like us, I hope you get AIDS, bitch. I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy. Arabs are genetically predisposed to hating women. If you don't believe me, you're a fucking twat, you are. And I hope Hamas finds you, yeah? And I hope they corner you on the street and I love all people. You can tell cause I drew a heart with the dreads of me tank. I respect all cultures, but you better be like the West or you're gonna get banked and stripped, lit up, split up, British shit, set up, Jewish settlements, pick up TikTok, do a dance, but that ain't me though. Haven't I always been right by your side? Whether you're black, purple, yellow or white, even support the creation of free Palestine. I say, Pico, cut it, run it, done it, go. Good or bad, it's hard to tell. Going fast for Israel. BB is bad. Yeah. Wish he was gone so peace could be had. But this is a war. Yeah. So I support him like he was my dad. Or maybe me nan. I love me nan. I am against the occupied lands, but I trust the plan. So I'ma defend it as long as I can. These Arabs are racist. It's not a wall, it's a quarantine shit, it's contagious. It's not a genocide, it's a vaccine, it's containment, yeah? Some people think shooting fish in a barrel is courageous. Don't care what the ICJ says. Palestinians is problematic, which means they need to die. Everyone knows. It's complicated. I believe in peace, I believe in love, inequality, I believe in all.
Why is this giving suicide voice?
Exterminated.
It would need to be like 100 times louder.
Arabs I matter a lot less than Jews, for it was not as
And
good
faster.
as for yeah. My brain hurts, cause it is Lee Kern out of me skull. I am ugly and I am bald. Water and oil. It's my political evolution, blood and soil, yeah? Mix them up, that's a two-state solution.
Okay, that was so good. I have not heard this before. This is a parody of Lee Kern's racist tweets and videos if he was a drill rapper. Like, what's crazy is that that's actually shit that Lee Kern says on Maine. Like, that's like, what's wild is, psychotic Zionists like Lee Kern, they do not fear consequences, right? And so they will say the most heinous, insane shit on Maine because they don't worry about facing any repercussions. How he's not in a psych ward, I don't know. The thing, like, it's kind of hard. I mean, it's kind of hard to pick like which main character Zionist is the worst. Obviously, you have the Shai Davids, right? You've got the Eve Fartlows. You've got the Michael Rappaport. You've got the Lee Kern. I mean, there's just. There are too many notorious main characters. Former podcast co-host. I think he's particularly frustrating because he claims to be pro-Palestine. Like, at least with Eve and Michael and Lee and Shai Davide, they would never say that. They would never say that they're pro-Palestine. Like, they are proudly and loudly Zionist, right? I think it's similarly with when we talk about MAGA versus centrists, where at least with MAGA, you know what you're going to get. And you know, like, they are very open with what they believe in and what they stand for. And then you'll have, like, centrist libs who try and play both sides. You know, they want to appear to be the most morally correct. But I also think with you know who, it cannot be understated that this is just all coming from his former relationship with a certain Turkish man, and it's why all of this is just like, oh God, it feels never ending. It really it just never seems like it's going to end. I hope it does. I really hope it does. I had to reach the point of like muting stuff on Twitter because I'm like, This is too much. They agreed to a debate today? Really? I have not checked in to see what's going on there in a while. So, is that true? Is sort of? No, no, this is never gonna, I don't even want to talk about this, but just, why are we in the worst timeline? We really are. We're going to move. We are in, it's the worst timeline, man. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I will say, I think that my take is, I think with content creators who push harmful misinformation, that needs to be, that should be pushed back on. And especially if they have, I don't know, like on the one hand, I think that, but then on the other hand, I don't, because I look at an Asmongold and I'm like, I don't think that there's any value in pouring over everything Asmongold says and like pushing back on it, because he is never going to stop and his audience is not going to listen to any of the correcting, any of the corrections and any of what other people have to say and like go, you know what, maybe Asmongold is wrong. That just feels like something where I don't know. I really don't even know the best way to proceed there, because I just don't see how that goes away until right-wing rhetoric is no longer as rewarded and therefore leaned into in the way that it is now. Right? But I will say, I think with the other one, there's more people in that audience who are not like Asmongold viewers, who I do think, who I do think can maybe be reached in a way that Asmongold, like the average Asmongold viewer, can't be. And I do think it's harmful to say that you are pro-Palestine, but then be pushing a narrative that is inherently anti-Palestine. And so for other people who believe that, right, and then and then repeat those things, like, I think that's important. That's good to it's good to correct that. Okay, anyway. Anywho. Hey, Chief, late to the party. How you doing? Socialism or barbarism? I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm sorry. I'm sweating. I feel like I'm being cooked right now. I'm still recovering. I don't know if socialism or barbarism is still here, but thank you for the gifted subs. And it was like one of those I saw when you did it, and then my mind was like, oh, thank you, socialism or barbarism, because I was talking about something else. Oh God, this period that I'm having is kicking my ass, y'all. I have had like every symptom you can have. Migraine, throwing up, hot flashes, heat flashes, dizzy. I threw up yesterday, and then I've only eaten cookies today. I've eaten like 10 cookies. Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. No, definitely not prego. No, because it's definitely that time of the month. It's just, yeah, it's quite the opposite of that. It's quite the opposite of that. But if I'm prego, maybe I get $5,000. You know? Could be good. Could be no medal. Well, no medal for me until I have at least 6. I gotta have at least 6 to get the medal. My symptoms are cramps, migraines, insomnia. Some months I only get 1. This month I got all 3. Yeah, it's really a crapshoot. Also, I used to have just symptom-free periods in my 20s, and it was really in my 30s that I started to get symptoms. Isn't that fun how that can change like that? It's so fun. It's okay. I was super depressed out of nowhere, and once again, it was my period. It's always, yeah. It's one of those where you're like, you get your period and you go, oh, okay, now it makes sense.
Abdomen. This helps prevent your internal organs from being damaged. Like this. Apply a small amount of pressure.
I'm still not over this.
The goal here is to warm the abdominal area, which can help alleviate some discomfort.
Oh my God. I'm still not over it. That felt kind of good, I'm not going to lie. I am on my period right now. You know, my abdomen does feel warm. My abdomen does feel, it did feel warm. Off topic, but I have to inform you about a scary development in India. Recently, there was a terrorist attack in Kashmir, and it is being pushed as our own October 7th. Things are looking scary. Apartheid state, speed run, free Palestine, free Kashmir. Oh, God. You know what's crazy is like, I feel like unless you're in on specific spaces online, I feel like news in India, I mean, also in China, because, you know, hashtag censorship in this country, it is not something that you'll see unless you specifically seek it out, or if you're like on, I don't know, if you're on in spaces on the internet where like that kind of stuff would be discussed. Damn, that's a really scary development. Wait, Nancy Mace is reading off her own
So
hate
here you
mail?
go. Listen up. Nancy Mace is a nasty bitch. I would pay money to see Mace get fucking decked in the mouth.
Why is she doing this?
Nancy Mace is a literal cunt. Nancy Mace is a cunt. Happy Easter. That's the tweet. Nancy Mace is such a cunt. Useless piece of straight trash. Nancy Mace is a
Okay, she's kind of spitting right now.
disgusting pig bitch. We need to bully this ugly bitch back to the closet she came out of. You're just a lying ass cunt.
Oh.
Nancy Mace, you're a dumb rat bitch. You're an absolute bitch.
Why did she put emphasis on rat?
You whore. You're a piece of shit. Nancy Mace is a worthless cunt. You're a horrible excuse for a human. Fuck off, bitch. I sincerely hope that you and all the Trump
Wow, this is the only time words have come out of her mouth. I'm like, so true, girl.
people can go where you deserve, and that is straight
So
to
true.
hell. Nancy, for someone with the bone structure of a fucking man, you should shut the fuck up sometimes. I want you to shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about you. I hope you have a fucking horrible life. Fuck you, bitch. Step down, you stupid ass white supremacist, racist, homophobic piece of trash. You're a disgrace. You're straight
What did
garbage.
she think this was gonna
Nancy
do?
Dumbass Mace. Heartless bitch. Burn in hell.
So true, girl. Yo, she's actually got bars. Why is she cooking herself? I don't know, man. She must have a humiliation
you
fetish
go.
because I don't know what that accomplishes. Yeah, how do we cook that up into a remix? Somebody who's better with somebody who's better at doing that kind of stuff. Will you cook this up into a remix?
Listen up. Nancy Mace is a nasty bitch. I would pay money to see Mace get fucking decked in the mouth.
Wait, who's the person who made the YouTube song? Oh God, what was it that I had said? It was like I said something about Elon Musk. I was covering an Elon Musk story. And there's a chat. Everything is stupid. Yes. Where's that chatter? I feel like they need to cook one.
Nancy
they need
Mace
to cook one out
is
of
a
this.
literal cunt. Nancy Mace.
Nancy Mace is a literal cunt. You know, does she think that that will elicit like the same response as like a celebrity reading off mean tweets about them? I don't know.
In 2019, SpaceX offered to buy out all of the residents.
Yeah, this is
saying
it.
that with new FAA safety regulations, it wasn't safe for people to stay in the village.
This letter that SpaceX sent out is more of a bully attack, a hostile takeover.
But at the same time, SpaceX was moving their employees into town and expanding. Soon there were Airstream trailers lining the block, and a new name for the street that was
it's
once
Blammo,
called
yeah.
Meme Street.
Blammo needs
Meme
to do
Street.
one on.
Everything is so stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid.
It's so funny because that's my voice, but I feel like it also doesn't sound like my voice.
So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid.
What the fuck? I want to die.
Everything is so stupid. Everything is so stupid.
I want to die.
I want to die. I want to die.
Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid.
I feel like James Mako St. Mako would love this song.
Stupid. Stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Stupid.
Blammo. Truly a song for our times. Okay, somebody please get a message to Blammo. Or whoever else can cook up a track.
Useless piece of straight trash. Nancy Mace.
Nancy
is a
Mace just cooking herself. You know what? That was a fucking bop. That was a bop indeed. New man carrying thing on the trade war. Oh, you know who just followed me?
Well, China, the years of ripping us off.
You know who just followed me on social media? Man carrying thing. I don't know if man carrying thing knows that we watch man carrying thing videos on the stream. But I got a Twitter follow from man carrying thing. Man follows on Twitter. He's in chat now. Man carrying thing, are you in chat? Reveal thyself. Reveal thyself if you are in chat. Okay, I have actually already watched this one, but I have to pee, so I can.
Well, China, the years of ripping us off are over. That's right. The United States isn't going to be bullied anymore. The global economic stage might be ordered precisely to our corporate whims, but that's not good enough. We need factory jobs again, a thing that is possible to achieve simply by imposing tariffs. That's right. It's time for tariffs. I hope you came prepared, because we're not backing down, and this is not a negotiation tactic. Well, I know what you're going to do, which is raise tariffs on us too, which is well played. And that's why I'm raising tariffs even more on you, let's say 250%, because let's face it, numbers aren't real anyways. You did this to yourself, China. And now the only way out of this is to make things immediately expensive in every way. There's no getting out of here. Good luck, my friend. Sir? You drive a hard bargain, China. I gotta say, I didn't think you had it in you. I'm glad you had the humility to come back to the negotiation table to negotiate, which is what this is, a negotiation tactic. We're gonna ease back some on the tariffs, not all, but mostly all of them. And we're gonna have a beautiful deal, a deal we generously give you because who needs factory jobs anyways? By all accounts, this is a massive win for my economic agenda. Shh, you don't have to say it. I love you too.
Oh, Donald Trump does love she. Speed, thank you for the gifted Serb. Okay, you guys, very exciting update. Very exciting, folks. The Academy has set out their new rules for 2025. And one of their rules is that you have to watch all the fucking nominated films in order to vote in a category. And if you're like, wow, they didn't have to do that before? No, they didn't. And even with this new rule, I'm sure that people will still vote, even though they haven't seen all the nominated films. But at least the Academy is recognizing how bad it is that members of the Academy who vote in categories don't watch the nominated films. You know what I bet they're sick and tired of? I bet they're sick and tired of getting cooked when the Oscar anonymous ballots come out every year and everyone's like, does anybody in the Academy watch these fucking movies? Anybody? Good night, Sacco. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy that you are a person voting in the Academy and you are not doing your job, which is to watch the nominated films. It's not that you have to watch every movie. You just have to watch the nominated movies, right? Like why is that hard? Why did you want to be in the Academy? If you don't want to watch these movies, why are you in the Academy? Academy members are now required to view all nominated films within a category to be eligible to vote in the final round. While it's surprising this wasn't already a formal requirement, questions remain how the Academy plans to verify compliance and enforce the rule. You know what they should do? What they should do is they should test people, but in like a way where, okay, so take The Brutalist, for example. Take The Brutalist. They should you should have to do a quiz, like a pop quiz, and it will test you on whether or not you actually, but it's not one where like, it's like a video, right? Or I guess in a way where they can't just Google the answers to it. But each time it's a little bit different. They're like, yeah, wasn't that scene crazy when in The Brutalist, he got married to a stripper and that happened in Vegas. And then afterwards, his billionaire tycoon father showed up and was like, you can't be married to this stripper. And then someone who's fake watched The Brutalist is like, yeah, that was my favorite part. You should have to take the film equivalent of one of those reading comprehension tests you have to take in grade school to prove that you had read a book to be able to vote on these things. Yes. Similar to how BAFTA conducts its voting, Academy members will only be able to access final round ballots for categories in which they've confirmed they've watched all nominated films. People are going to fucking lie. The Academy will monitor viewing activity through its... Oh, through its members-only Academy screening room streaming platform. Okay. For films viewed outside the platform, such as at festivals, screenings, or private events, members must submit a form indicating when and where they watched the film. Okay, I mean, they can still lie, but at least it's better than nothing. This verification process, previously used in preliminary and nomination voting for categories like international feature, animated feature, and the short film races, is now being applied to all categories. The move is intended to reduce so-called coattail voting and encourage more informed decisions from voters. Also, it's just disrespectful. It is so disrespectful to be a member of the Academy who's an active member, like you vote, and you're not watching the nominated movies. Additionally, all designated nominees in each category will now appear on the final ballot, an update from previous years when only the film title appeared. This is a welcome change for perennial nominees like songwriter Diane Warren and sound designer Greg P. Russell. They're like, well, Diane Warren's going to be on the ballot every year, so let's try and make this as easier for her to win an Oscar. For the first time in Oscars history, the Academy will also present an award for achievement in casting, recognizing the creative collaboration between casting directors, filmmakers, and producers in assembling a film's acting ensemble. To determine the nominees, the casting directors branch will review eligible films and vote to shortlist up to 10 titles based on the level of creative input and collaboration demonstrated during the casting process. This shortlist will then be featured in a dedicated bake-off event where branch members will view 5-minute reels and participate in a Q&A with the casting directors. That's great. I'm very supportive of this. Animated movies could actually get a shot at Best Picture now. Potential. Casting directors associated with the shortlisted film will be asked to submit a written description of their casting process and a photo grid or full cast list. Then it will then be determined which individuals, no more than 2, were primarily responsible for casting and received on-screen credit. Okay, great. Great. The award for Best Cinematography has also been added to the shortlist process. Great. The Academy also issued its first formal guidance on AI in filmmaking. Okay, so new rules state that the use of generative AI or other digital tools will neither help nor hinder a film's chances of being nominated. Instead, voters are instructed to evaluate the degree of human creative authorship involved. Okay. So this is in regards to this is in regards to like the AI drama, which wasn't really drama, but it was kind of the first time that AI and the Oscars was brought into consideration. You know, and the thing is like, if it's a film that is primarily made out of AI, no, it does not fucking belong anywhere near the Oscars, in my opinion. If it's like in the way that like The Brutalist used AI, then I think that is, that should not keep a film like The Brutalist out of consideration. The rule states, with regard to generative artificial intelligence and other digital tools used in the making of the film, the tools neither help nor harm the chances of achieving a nomination. The Academy and each branch will judge the achievement, taking into account the degree to which a human was at the heart of the creative authorship when choosing which movie to award. For Best Picture consideration, films must submit proof of submission to the Producers Guild okay, so this is just the release window. Other rules and campaign changes include animated short film nominations. Voting will now be open to all Academy members who opt in and watch all 15 shortlisted films. International feature film eligibility has been expanded to include filmmakers with refugee or asylum status. Music categories now have an earlier submission deadline, and then Oscar qualifying film festivals such as AFI, Cannes, and DOC New York City NYC may now have access to approved mailing houses to share information about festival programming with Academy members. Okay. Alrighty, so those are the rule changes and implement new rules being implemented for the Oscars next year. I thought there was a best animated movie category. There is a best animated movie category. There is indeed. Alrighty. Okay, okie dokie. Shall we... Wait, I was invited to the Oscars last year, but was asked to leave due to an overwhelming odor of beef. Am I missing a joke? Odor of beef. I don't know what that means. Is that like an inside joke? I don't know. I'm like, that sounds like a Nandre joke. Okay. Well, that's strange. I smell like beef. I smell like beef. Yeah, that's odd, but alrighty. Well, why don't we... Oh my God, I just saw that. Yes. Oh my God. Good job, Raven. Good job. Actress and... This is from the beginning of the stream. Actress and streamer Caroline Kwan reportedly hosting the 2025 Tony Awards. Oh my God, you guys, if you're on Twitter... If you're on Twitter, here. Nobody tell Cynthia Erivo. No one. No one. It's on the internet, so it's true. Oh my God. Raven did exactly as I said, where I was like, put a side-by-side photo. It's the Tony Award. Are we spreading misinfo on the internet? Yes. If you missed the top of stream, I was like, I want our community to start spreading misinformation that's like good misinformation, right? Well, I guess it'd be disinformation since we're intentionally spreading it. So we are intentionally spreading information that we know to be false. But it's all in the pursuit of good. It's ethical. Yes. Information that's not true yet. Exactly. Some might call it manifesting. You know? Huh? Some may say that some may say that we're doing the Lord's work in making the internet a better place, right? In spreading information that is not true, but that is good. Good. You know, the other thing too is that this might be able to help me get things that I want, right? Like if you say like Caroline Kwan is interviewing Noah Weil from The Pit, then maybe I'll actually get to Noah Wiley. I always say Weil. Then maybe that is actually something that will happen, right? Or like Maybe if you say Caroline Kwan's interviewing whatever celebrity, then another celebrity that I'm trying to reach out to will be like, oh shit. Oh yeah, I saw this Twitter post. I saw a Twitter post. So I guess this Caroline Kwan's legit. You know? God, I just want another cookie and I've already eaten so many. I've had so many today. All right, let's close out the stream with a little bit of gaming. It's gaming time. Gaming is so back on the menu. Boys, gaming is so back. We do need a gaming intro song. Yeah, I need that. Gaming is back. Gaming is back. Gaming is back. Someone made a 9-hour LA Noire review? Like of my LA Noire or of something else? Or like they played LA Noire. What? I once drunkenly bragged about watching your streams and told an actress from The Magicians that you were an extra on her show because I mixed it up with Lucifer. So you got at least one person trying to spread. Okay, also, I wasn't an extra. I was a co-star. Okay? So we do need to make sure that when we're spreading misinformation, that we spread it in a way where I look as good as possible, right? Because like extra, you don't have to audition for that. But I had lines, co-star. Like I was credited. I'm in the credits. But I do appreciate it though. I do appreciate it. Yeah. So that's the type of thing where you take it from I was a co-star to starred in. Right? We never want to go backwards. We only want to go up. We only want to climb the mountain rather than backtracking. I hope you're having a good evening, Caroline. I am indeed. Right, so back to this 9-hour LA Noire review. It's a 9-hour. I'm imagining someone made a 9-hour review of me playing LA Noire. Like they either loved it so much or they hated it so much that they made a 9-hour review where they're like, I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna do a chapter of LA Noire. 9 hours of talking about my driving. Can you imagine? Hey, boys and guys. It's time for a little LA Noire. LA Noire. The white shoe saying, what? Okay, let me turn off my light. And I am eating my 11th cookie. I just can't be stopped. Somebody stop her. She's so crazy. Hey, lady! Listen, you dumb broad. God, cookies are just hitting so good
what
today.
a grand morning it is, too. We have just cause for celebration. Galloway and Phelps
The gang's
sending
back
another
together,
fiend to
y'all.
San Quentin. A nice showy trial, and he'll be strapped down with gas seeping into his tiny reptile brain.
Woohoo!
Now, to fresh business. Galloway and Phelps, the task is at hand. The address is on the hill, north downtown off
Gas in his brain.
Skipper, is the new letter genuine?
Now, boys, we all know how many imbeciles have
Where am I
invested in a short
going?
case. Ray Pinker will let us know in good time.
I just kind of walked into that wall.
I want to make
Fine
homicide. I
morning
mean, you know
indeed.
you've made it if you got
We
that.
keep
desk.
locking them up, but the bodies keep piling up.
Yeah, California.
I get older and they stay the same age.
As long as the bricks hold up at San Quentin, there'll always be killers in this town.
Greetings from sunny California. When's it going to stop?
Okay. Who put that wall there? All right, we're back, baby, and it's raining.
First the letter, and now another body. Come on, you can't keep on telling me there's not a killer still out there.
You know, Phelps, all these arrests on the record are giving you a reputation. Didn't want them turning into unsolved.
Getting a vicious killer off the streets is more important than my reputation.
I don't know if it's rained yet.
And besides, landing a
this
big
game.
fat marlin is more impressive than an ocean full of minnows.
Okay, this is extra crazy because the rain.
You can't always hit home runs. Sometimes you just gotta make first.
Okay. What the heck? Whoa!
Gently.
Why is this rain so crazy?
That guy there will lead us up.
Which guy where? Wait, what? Wait, why is that guy running away?
I've always found the siren useful in situations like this.
Why is this flag changing?
I'll just be another dead man. The youth is saying there's a difference working homicide.
Oops.
Do I tell you how to drive?
Oh, that guy was running for me. I thought he was a suspect. Okay. Slowly but steady. There we go. Wait, wasn't that weird that the flag was right there and then it changed?
Scene is secure. The rest of the patrolmen are going door to door, canvassing for witnesses.
Thanks. Keep me informed.
Will do, Detective.
This looks
Oh, look at that guy's trench coat.
I think that's the impression the boys from the Examiner took with them as well.
There's nothing original under the sun. Why should murder be any different?
What do we have so far?
Not much trace evidence to speak of. Storm blew in around 10 last night, and the rain washed most of it away.
And the body?
Looks like she was tipped out of an automobile from the tire tracks
I
with
was supposed to-
superficial injuries.
I was supposed to follow a car? Oh, my bad. I was too busy focusing on the road. I wasn't listening.
Strangled with a length of rope. And for my money, it's triple braid again.
Time of death?
From her temperature, maybe 2 a.m., but it was cold last night.
Usual head injuries?
Blunt force trauma. Knock him over the head, then strangle and mutilate. No message with this one.
At least she was left clothed.
I doubt very much he was concerned with her dignity.
Wait, I can't stop laughing that I thought that someone was running because they were a suspect, and it's just because they were scared of me in my car.
The green silk dress is very distinctive. Any sign of her other shoe?
No. And no handbag or other personal effects.
Damn. A lot of broads getting killed. Somebody's out here moitering broads. Oh. Ah!
There appears to be a dry cleaning label. Superior Laundry Services, F1363.
Ew, you can like hear her neck cracking. Oh. Footsteps couldn't possibly
drag
be
marks.
mine.
Killer was moving around, surveying the scene.
I like how so many people are walking around, but like those are definitely from the killer.
Don't think this is anything.
Maybe there's some drops left in it for drinking. I like when he does his little jumps. Tire marks looks like
Our
some
driver
sort
and
of
our killer
crazy
are most
driver.
likely one and the same.
Doo-doo-doo. Sometimes there's like hardly any clues. Oh shit! Who's this?
Detectives, I've been working the houses across the street and up the block. This lady thinks she has something for us.
Another
Detective
broad.
Phelps, LAPD.
I'm Mrs. Barton, Catherine Barton. I live just across the way.
Okay.
Did you see anyone around here last night?
Not last night, but yesterday, early evening, I saw that awful hobo.
A hobo, you don't say. I saw that awful hobo. Okay, I think she's telling the truth.
Do you have a description?
Tall, gaunt, horribly disfigured. I think he may have had an accident in the war. He's a very scary, angry man.
Angry hobo?
Any idea where we might find him?
One of the hobo camps around here. He's some kind of hobo leader. They all follow him
A
around.
hobo leader?
Thank you, ma'am. You've been a big help.
Of course. Anything I can do to help. I'd hate to
I
think that
just
something so
really
ghastly could happen right
wish we
here and nothing be done about it.
Wish we could get rid of these hobos, you know? They're so dangerous.
Goddamn.
All right, let's get out of here. Oh. Oh. No. Excuse me. That's not me. Oh, phone. Phone. The way she said hobo, like a slur.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need an address on Superior Laundry Services.
Just a moment. Superior Laundry Services, 1260 West 1st Street.
Can you track down reports of hobo camps in the vicinity of Signal Hill?
Just a moment, Detective. There's a large camp under the bridge on Grand between Temple and Sunset.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Can you keep things under control until Pinker and Carruthers finish up?
Sure, Detective. We'll stay out of their way.
Time to get out of here. No, no. Me. No. Me car. What? No. Me. Why can't I open this car? No. Me. Me. Stop it. He has to go in first? William, thank you for the 8 months.
This guy was willing to rat his own mother after I sweated him.
Is the other side blocked? No! Oh, shit. can't get in? I don't give a fuck. I'm the one driving. Me, car. Me. Okay, I'm trying. I pressed it once. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. Alright. How do we get the fuck out of here? Me car.
No message. Excuse me? There was no message. Slow and steady, come on! Where?
Alrighty.
On the Vic. The last bodies had something written
That
on
was
them.
pretty
This
sick
one didn't.
jump,
I'm
if I
failing
do
to
say
follow.
so.
Can't be the same guy is what I'm saying, right? Before you start trying to link this to Maldonado and all the others.
There are more facts.
Breathe, Phelps. Breathe, damn it!
There are more factors to consider than the messages, Rusty.
This doesn't fit your pattern, Cole. End of conversation. Understand?
Calling all cars. Citizen reports officer needs help. Shots fired. Officer down. 6th Street and Lindley Place. 6th Street and Lindley Place. Unit to handle code 3. Identify.
You're gonna kill somebody. Look, this is just how LA drivers drive in the rain, you know? Ah! It's normal. God.
Watch where you're driving, you maniac!
You know? Hold on. I think it's right here. Every man for himself. Where the fuck is it? Wait a second. Okay. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna get out. Because I think it's right here. Where is the fucking yellow? Okay. Hold on.
Calm down.
Do you think my partner is over my shit? Okay, wait, I'm so confused. See, it's like here.
Whoa there.
Wait a second. I'm so confused. Fuck. Hold on.
Oh, come on!
You're not helping.
What the fuck? Wait, the yellow is right here. It's right here. It's right here. I see. Okay. I was confused. That was confusing.
At least the rain stopped. We can change back into those white bucks now.
I turned to this to calm me down? No, it's real. This will make you feel nice and cozy.
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. We're investigating a case, and one of your laundry labels came up. F1363.
I wonder how many people
If you give me a minute, I'll go find register and you
who
can
love
take a look.
LA Noire hate me playing LA Noire. They're like circulating a petition.
You take a look for yourself. I've got clothes that need pressing.
You wrote the number down on that dress, is it there?
Use L to read entries. Okay, wait. What was it? This one. Oh. That's it.
Mrs. T. Terrellson, 43 Emerald Street, Westlake.
T. Terrellson. Is that all we needed? I went through. Okay. I thought it was. I guess that's it. Alright, let's go to the hobo camp.
I think we ought to investigate the hobo lead.
Well, if you think we
Let's
ought
go
to,
see the
I guess we-
hobos!
All units, officer detail, 211 and shots fired. 391 Broadway, Mallory's Cafe, 391 Broadway. Unit to handle code 3, identify.
The hobo camp. Whoa! Okay, we're coming in. We are coming into the camp. I know, I almost made it.
KTI Radio.
Okay, that's good. How do we... Is that the only way to get in? Or can we go in this way? What is that? Did I just block the entrance? Fuck! Okay. Right. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Okay, you go. You go, then I go. Or I go? No, you go. You go too. You go. Okay.
Alico gas, please. Right around the corner in your neighborhood, there's an Alico.
What? I get into this damn camp.
Always bother. I fought. Where's my wife?
Parkouring into the hobo camp.
We're looking for a tall man with a disfigured face. Do you know him?
Huh? What? I fought in 2 wars, you know, son. I think I earned some peace and quiet.
The bum isn't here.
Look at his...
And the
We should
bum.
follow the lead. These guys can wait.
What a bum. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, he's not even here?
Calling you stupid would be an insult to stupid people.
All right, listen, buddy.
What did I do?
Okay. The bum's not even here, so we gotta go. All that for nothing. All right.
I've got a feeling we're about to meet
Do you think
another
that-
wife killer.
You've always
guy
got
saw
that
me
feeling,
drive
Rusty.
in.
Yeah, and it's usually correct.
Please, Please, for once, can you not let your assumptions color your detective work?
Just you wait. Nordic types show a particular disposition for this stuff.
This guy is... This guy hates everybody. Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Give me a break.
God! Fuck. Okay. Sometimes it looks like a road and then it's not a road and instead it's a cliff. You know, it happens. Electrica, thank you for the 3 months. You know, I do be liking shortcuts, though. Was that even a shortcut? Where we're going, we don't need roads. Ahem. You know, there's a brake
Hello?
button.
Yes?
Yeah, but I like to get there as
Detectives Phelps and
fast as
Galloway.
possible.
Is your wife home, sir?
My wife went out last night and she hasn't come home.
Can you describe your wife and what she was wearing?
Maybe because you
We were out at a
loitered
friend's
her.
place, Bobby Ross's, for a party. She was kind of dolled up. She had her green silk dress, open-toed white shoes. Those are her favorite shoes.
Can we come in, Mr. Tarleton? I'm afraid we have some rather bad news.
The bad news is that you murdered your wife.
Do you have someone who can look after your children, Mr. Tarleton?
I've been trying to arrange a sitter. Look, tell me what's happened.
Papa, where's Mama?
I'm
Yeah, the
afraid
fact
your
that he
wife
knew
was murdered
open
last
toe.
night. Her body was found this morning. We're very sorry for your loss.
Right in front of the kids. Your mom's dead. She was
I know
brutally
this is a difficult
murdered.
time, Mr. Tarleton, but we are going to need you to answer some questions. First, we're going to take a look around.
What for? You don't think
It's procedure. You see to your girls.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the girls are taking it pretty well. They kind of don't give a fuck.
Stay here till Daddy's finished talking to these men.
Where's Mommy?
Everything's
dead.
gonna be all right, sweetheart.
We would like Mommy to come home now, Daddy.
What's the problem,
Did you-
Tarleton?
Did you
Let 'em
not hear
search.
me?
You got nothing to hide.
I'm confused.
Want to hear something funny, Tarleton? Some bums think filling out a missing persons report actually rules them out as a suspect.
Need to check if she was a regular.
Baron's bar. I gotta explain it to them again, I guess.
I wonder why the picture was turned down.
Maybe because he murdered his wife.
Circumstantial.
But a nice bag. Maybe I'll take that. Yes, there's a phone. All that.
It would take a smarter man than me to connect that.
I love how often he says that. He's always like, I'm too stupid.
Doesn't give me anything to go on.
Maybe if I weren't such a dumbass. He killed his wife to get money for the boat. The boat that he dreams of.
Baron's bar again. Someone must be real sweet on this dive.
Hey girls, your mom's
excuse me,
dead.
ladies. Probably nothing.
Mommy's never coming home.
So she went out without her handbag? She'd have to be in quite a state to leave this behind.
Mama went bye-bye.
At least she was spared that particular indignity.
Wait, what? Of using chapstick? Was that, like, not a thing in the 40s? A dry lip death?
You can see if Pinker can match the impression to the crime scene.
Oh, the lipstick on the body. Ah.
I'll be out of your way momentarily, ladies.
Just remember, your mom's dead.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you run an address for a Bobby Ross? Then send some uniforms over.
Bob Ross?
Would you like him picked up?
No. Suspect says he was with Ross last night. We need to confirm the alibi.
I'll get a prowl car dispatched.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, I'm missing a clue. Isn't that interesting? Hey girls, your mom's dead. There's something, maybe there's something else in this that I didn't get. Okay, I already looked at this. I already looked at that. I already looked at that. Something else buzzed while I was in here, though. Let's see. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Yeah, there it is.
Lars was out in the rain last night.
Because he did some loitering. Oh! Oh! It's the boat! Oh, huh.
Looks like a match with the ligature marks.
Oh, maybe because he used the boat to murder. Hey girls, your dad murdered your mom. Okay, bye. All right, bucko.
For the record, Mr. Tarleton, what is your wife's name?
Teresa.
Then why does the boat say Eva?
Do you have any idea why anyone would want to hurt your wife?
No. Everyone loved Teresa. She was so full of life. It can't be anyone who knew her.
For the record, Tarleton, Did you kill your wife?
Oh my God. No. I didn't kill my wife.
She was so full of life
Fuck you
till
for
she
suggesting
wasn't. Listen.
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's place?
That's right. Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good
place?
time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
Okay. Let's take a look at the evidence. Bored and decided to leave. 2 a.m. Laundry label. Boot prints. Tire tracks. Matchbook. Victim's hand. She was bored and decided. Then why'd she have her handbag? Men's boots. Wet jacket. Okay, we're gonna have to.
If you have more questions, I'd rather get this over with now.
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's
wait.
place?
That's right. Bobby had a bunch of people over. We were having a good time. She said she was bored and decided to leave.
Press exit out.
You let your drunk wife leave the party and go off on her own?
Yeah.
Look, I was angry. I was having a good time. She has to go and ruin it. We always have to do what she wants to do.
Oh, okay. That sounds like motive.
Last night she wanted to go dancing.
Any idea where?
Where she always goes. Bar down on North Beaudry Avenue. Baron's Bar. She goes there, drinks too much, gets maudlin, and calls me.
God forbid a woman
I
has
go bring her
hobbies.
Mr. Terrellson, was Teresa happy at home?
Yeah, I think she was.
Okay, that's a lie. Was she happy at home? Do I have proof? Okay, the up, down. The portrait was turned upside down. His eyes. He's got some real shifty eyes. Okay. He did that shit. Okay, she was not happy at home, but I don't have proof.
Spill it, Terrellson. We like the look of you for this, so you better give us something.
We're at the party.
doing this.
She has a few and says she wants to go out dancing. We only have the sitter until 9. I get mad. I tell her to go ahead, but I'm staying. She storms out. Look, I'm doing well at cards. I hardly ever do well. I married her because she was so much fun, but now she drives me fucking crazy.
Okay, you killed her.
What time did she leave the party?
I'm mad.
About 8:30, maybe a little earlier.
When was the last time you saw your wife?
Around 8:30. The card game at Bobby's was wrapping up. I played out my hand and drove home here. Paid the sitter and went to bed.
Okay, he's not doing the shifty eyes. He's just staring. Don't. Oh. Well, who's beeping? Men's boots wet and steaming. Okay, wait, when did it start raining? Do we know?
He was out.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions. What time did Teresa leave?
Around 10:30, I think.
All right, I think he's telling the truth.
On foot? In a car? By bus? How was it?
She called for a cab.
Did you get the number?
Sure I did. I like Teresa. The only time she has a drink is when things aren't going so good at home. I was worried about
So
her.
all the time?
Would you recommend the special, miss?
Put out an APB on the cab. 3591. Should be traceable.
2 rye and ice, 1 Manhattan, 1 gin Ricky.
Who was she with?
Was
We've
it a
had reports
hobo?
about a tall, gaunt-looking hobo. He wasn't here last night?
I get plenty of bums in here, but nothing to fit that description.
Oh, this guy's lying.
The likelihood is that whoever she left here with killed her. Give it up, Betty.
All right, 2 creeps were all over her, promising to take her dancing.
You get a good look at these guys?
Sure. I got a good look.
Looked
One
like
of them
your
was
mom.
a sailor in uniform. His cap said, USS Indiana.
And the other man?
The other guy is Richard Bates. He's sitting in the back right now. Red polo shirt.
Any idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
Okay, that looked sketch. What was that scratch? That was a weird. That was weird. You know what? We do what we always do. Press X to doubt.
She was murdered, Benny. Brutally murdered. If you like this lady, you should give us something.
You telling me I'm not cooperating?
You telling me?
Watch it, pal.
You telling me? Okay, I was
Thank you
wrong
for your
on
help,
that
Mr.
one.
Buff.
That one was
We'll take it
truth.
from here.
Hey, no problem.
Hey, no problem. You want something to drink?
This
You
is
let
Bates.
me know.
That's him.
LAPD, don't make me chase you,
Oh
shitbird.
God, here we go.
Can't let the son of a bitch get away.
Oh gee, why do they always run?
Thank you, Go, Phelps, get after it. Come on, got a ride. Get in and drive.
Oh, we're getting in the car? Alrighty.
I thought you were gonna leave me there.
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands.
Whoa! God, this guy's good.
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For
shit,
some reason, they're
motherfucker,
sticklers for
these
routine.
vents. Move it or lose it. Okay, wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh shit. Oh no, we're stuck. Oh God, the car! Oh, we failed. Oh no. No, no. Okay. All right. All right. I don't know where all those fences
God
came
damn it,
from.
get after
okay,
him,
here we
Cole.
go. Let's do this again.
I thought you were gonna leave me there.
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands.
All right, people are gonna die. People are dead.
Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some
this
reason,
guy's
they're
crazier than
sticklers for
I am.
routine. Hit it! Clean this asshole off the road. Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires.
This guy's... God, this guy knows how to drive. Whoa!
Phelps, you gotta get me closer.
Closer? Wait, how much closer?
Let's end this farce.
Oh How much closer can I get?
I've had enough.
Man? What do you want from me? You gotta get closer. Listen, jackass.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Holy shit.
Okay, Bates. You're gonna answer some questions.
Get me inside
I have a choice in this.
the car. Get me inside the car.
Last night, you went drinking with a lady in the bar. Now she's dead. And your face is all messed up.
I'm in the clear on that. She preferred a sailor. You could lay it off on him. Are we finished?
Oh, this guy is lying.
Do you want my partner to sap you? Tell us what we want to know.
She was okay. Drunk. Pissed off at her old man, wanting to go dancing. I thought I'd ply her with a few drinks and get my end away.
You know what?
Looks like your salty
Hit him
had the
anyway.
same idea.
So what happened when you left the bar?
Sailor boy laid one on me. A cheap shot. After that, I don't know.
Oh, yeah?
You've done time, haven't you, Richard? Is that why you ran?
I'm on parole.
On what offense?
Sexual assault.
Oh!
Look, I was lying
hit
there
him.
on the sidewalk. He flags a cab and jumps in with the broad.
We're taking you in, Bates.
How come?
Just for a chat. Nice, private
You know what,
chat.
Rusty? Have at him.
I'll explain my theory of once a degenerate, always a degenerate.
Take him to Central. He's
Rusty's
a material
gonna
witness in a
explain
murder
his
case.
theory.
Find him a cozy cell.
Richard here knows the drill.
I recognize that guy from the papers.
I recognize that guy from the papers. All right, where's this phone?
Goddamn Bruins are having a season from hell. What's your beef with this guy, Phelps?
He's only a writer. He can't really help me.
Did you guys see the telephone?
You drunk, mister? He just cracked.
Oh, here it is. Are you drunk, mister?
Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an
Hello,
APB out on a
detective.
yellow cab, number 3591. Ask dispatch to relay all sightings to car 11K.
No problem. I'll
I'll
get
get
on the
him
radio.
on the radio.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity of Barron's Bar on North Beaudry Avenue? We're tracking a sailor who was involved in a fight outside the bar.
I can check the reports, Detective. I have a message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case. Jessup is currently being detained at Central Station.
Could be our man. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome, detective. Seaman. He's a seaman. He is a seaman. Oh, where's our Farkin car?
That's that cop. Seems like a decent guy.
My class back in. Now I'm waiting tables.
Hey, that's that cop. Seems like a decent guy. Rusty can catch it.
Car 11K, we have a response on your APB regarding yellow cab number 3.
Whoa! Whoa! Is that?
Tables have turned now, haven't they, boys?
What? Who's shooting?
Hey, look, old man, we're sorry. Just quit shooting. The hell I will. I'm getting pretty tired of losing my weekly take to you punks.
Damn, this guy's a bad shot. Luckily, I'm here.
Ain't gonna last long in a tin shack. God damn it, they went down there.
Where'd they go, Rusty? Go for it, Rusty.
Man, this is a $30 shoot.
Whoa! Right in the dick hole.
Hit him.
That's right, baby. Oh my god!
This is car 11K. Shots fired at South Flower Street, Scott's Garage. It's code 4 here, but suspect is down. I need an ambulance and coroner.
I'm good?
11K, roger on the ambulance and coroner.
I just...
Units 11K reports code 4 on the shooting at 410 South Flower Street, Scott's Garage. Code 4.
I just walked it off. I just fucking take that shit.
Converted into a motion picture theater.
Good God.
For 50 persons.
Sheesh.
2 projectors provide uninterrupted entertainment. And for the first night audience...
Jesus, Phelps!
What is this fucking traffic?
Well done.
Nope. Trains can't bring me down.
Traveling luxury. Another step in a campaign to modernize American
Not
railroad.
this detective.
You don't have to miss that picture you wanted to see, nor your favorite star. Now you can see them underway on board the Theater on Rail.
A fine gentleman playing in ballrooms across America.
Oh, I unlocked a new location. Oh! Whoa, baby! I'd be flying. I'd be flying out here in the streets.
He's in interview 2.
Thanks. What do you make of him?
Sailor on furlough who looks like he's in trouble and knows it.
And they said we wouldn't have flying cars.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway.
Ah, look at you in
We
your
know why
little
you're here,
stupid
Jessup,
outfit.
So it would be best if you answered our questions truthfully.
I don't want any trouble. That's why I'm here. I heard on the radio about this lady getting killed. I got leave from my CO to come down straight away.
So why did you kill her?
I didn't kill anyone. Look, you need to believe me.
Let's start at the beginning.
At the beginning.
You went to Barron's
with
Bar.
you.
What time did you arrive?
I got a 24-hour pass. I got there around 7.
That's where you met Teresa Terrellson?
Sure. We had a couple of drinks.
Yeah, that's shifty as hell. Cab report. That's where I had a couple of... Okay. He's lying, but I don't have proof.
So you tried to make a woman who was incredibly drunk?
Look, I'm not proud of myself, but I never hurt her.
You took her dancing?
That's right. Caught a cab to the Crystal Ballroom.
You had a fist fight with Richard Bates over Mrs. Terrellson.
You met the guy? He's a creep. You should take a look at him for this.
No, you're both creeps. You should take a look at him for this. Okay, he's being shifty again. We already talked to him. Oh, God, what size are this fucker's boots? Well, we know he took the cab, and he already said he took a cab. So he's lying, but I don't think I have proof.
He's pointing the finger directly at you, Jessup.
I only had one night before I was back in the tub. He had all the time in the world to look for some action. I belted him. I'd do it again. She was better off with me.
Sure. You're a shining example of chivalry, Jesse.
Men.
We're holding you till we can clear this with the driver.
Yeah, my CO said as much.
Can you put the guy in 2 in a cell and inform the commander?
Sure, Detective.
It's always important to wear your most identifiable outfit with the insignia
Got a
of your
message for
employer
you.
when you plan on
Sighting of
doing
your
crimes.
disfigured hobo on Grand between Temple and Sunset. And it looks like the Beau has a record,
Beau?
too. He's wanted in connection with 2 female assaults.
Thanks.
Not the bow. Wow, what'd you do with all that time that you
She was
saved?
13 if she was a day.
Saying the bow instead of the hobo. It's already a shortened word.
Three suspects in the can and one on the hoof. Still no hard evidence on any of them. Jack, you're gonna kill us!
Look, this is official police business.
Just go easy, Phelps.
Right, sometimes these cars come out of nowhere, you know?
Phelps! Thanks for your trouble.
Any central unit, car 16 Adam reports a possible jumper at 8th and Hope. The Methodist Church unit to handle code 2 identify.
You gotta thread the needle. Gotta go to the bow camp. Where's my bow?
LAPD! We'd like a word with you.
Wow, someone is going ham on that harmonica.
They're fascists. Come to move us on and steal what little we have left.
Oh, he ain't wrong.
Get us far.
I need you to stay copacetic. You need to hold out for the cavalry round.
How do we do that?
Like this.
What the?
Get down, Phelps.
We just shoot.
These men know they're harboring a
Wait,
murderer.
what are we
We
doing?
need to fight for it!
Oh, shit. Wait, I always forget how to
Hope
fight.
you don't need help.
Wait, I always forget. What do I do again? Hold out. What? That was crazy. We just fighting? Okay, all right. Okay, that was insane. Rusty, that was crazy.
If you want your rightful share, we need to fight for it!
Yeah, that's right. I got hands too. Yo, Rusty just straight up murdered that dude.
Let's get that disfigured son of a bitch and the rest of his acolytes, Phelps.
Whoo!
What's your name?
Comrade Stalin.
Very funny. We'll find out from your personal effects.
Stuart Ackerman.
You're under suspicion for murder, Ackerman. We're taking you downtown.
You can't do anything more to me than what the Japanese have already done.
Whoa!
The Kremlin's over here, Phelps. Toss it and see what you find.
Goons fighting dope war.
Still working, Jack. I'm off to the Lighthouse Pub in Santa Monica.
I'm off to the Lighthouse Pub.
Mr. Benson, this is Courtney Sheldon. He's a buddy of mine from the war.
Well, I'm sure you two will want to polish some old war stories.
Courtney, isn't
Good evening,
that
Jack.
a girl's name?
Mr. Sheldon.
Good night, sir. Take a seat, Courtney.
We need your help, Jack.
I told you I would have nothing to do with that.
Ty is not it.
I'm fine too, Jack.
Medical school's going well. I got a part-time job.
Do dope peddlers need part-time jobs?
We made a mistake and we're in trouble, Jack. A local gangster, Mickey Cohen, is putting on the squeeze.
So hand it over, walk away. What's stopping you?
We had a deal with them that they would dole it out slowly.
Jack, don't give up.
They said they would supply abortion clinics and doctors, but they've been moving it on to addicts, and they can't cope with the purity.
So your problem is with gangsters being dishonest.
My problem is that people are dying, and that if this gets back to us, we'll all end up in jail.
So how am I supposed to help, Courtney? This isn't the war. I can't just wave a magic wand and clean up your mess.
We want you to negotiate, Jack.
The only thing these guys understand is force, Sheldon. They got to the top back east by proving to be more vicious than the English, the Irish, and the Dutch. They make their own laws. That's the nature of a secret society.
What is that emote?
I'd say, Courtney, you want to be a doctor. How can you fight with that?
We are better trained, Jack.
I didn't make it
Come
through the
on,
war to come
Jack.
back to this kind of shit, Sheldon.
Goons fighting dope war. Okay.
Slow down.
Oh. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over.
Looks familiar. Safe bet it'll match the mark under Teresa Terrelson's chin.
Oh, shit. The damn commies did it. It's always the damn commies.
This doesn't pertain to the case.
But what a great pick.
Isn't that the cop who solved the big case and got promoted?
Yeah, that's the cop that solved the big case. That's me.
Not everything here is going to be relevant.
Nadas, thank you. Oh, how do I... Something. Something's buzzing. Oh, come on. Oh, it's over.
Ackerman doesn't look like much of a dancer.
Oh, it's over. I still think it was the husband. Rusty, is that you?
Isn't that the cop who caught the guy who was pretending to be dead?
Who's pretending to be gay?
Oh, I wish I could afford that.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, pretending to be dead. I'm trying to get out of here. Rusty. Make yourself useful, buddy. The fuck do I get out of this hobo encampment? Go the way you came in. I don't. The harmonica man is killing it.
Isn't he the cop that they're talking about on the radio? What another accommodation.
Do you think they're watching
You can't do this.
me try to escape?
Taking me to Palm Springs for the weekend.
Bro, I have no... Oh, here we go. Parkour. God damn. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. And go. Ah, motherfucker. Come on. What the fuck is this cop doing? All right. Nobody look. Nobody look. Yeah, I lost to a fucking wall. I'll see you at the station, Rusty. Oh God, it's getting so dark. Oh God, I can't see anything.
We're going this way.
Going straight to hell.
Well, lead on, buddy.
Mouthpiece for strips off me at the grand jury. Case got thrown
Ackerman,
out.
you were in the
Now the
Marines.
DA wants my
How do you know? The Corps selected big guys for flamethrower duty. That's how you got the burns.
Life expectancy was 5 minutes for a guy in flamethrower detail. What kind of a government puts weight like that on a man's shoulders?
You'll get no argument from me. It was a heavy load.
You feeling sorry for this smelly fuck?
Why did you kill Mrs. Terrellson?
I have no recollection of the people I have killed.
I don't know. Yeah, you fucking liar.
Are you denying that you strangled Mrs. Terrellson with a length of rope?
I'm not denying anything. You have to have proof, lackey.
Oh, proof, you say? I got that.
We found a matching piece of rope in your lean-to. I think we'll find the blood will match too.
Busted.
I own no property. How could it belong to me?
A bus driver dropped Mrs. Terrellson near your camp around 2 a.m. Why did you take her up to the hill?
Which hill?
Oh my God, this
I
guy
have
is
many
so
places.
annoying.
I go where I please.
Oh my God, look at him. Look at him.
No.
Yeah, press X to doubt. No shit.
You are clearly insane, Ackerman.
You're
The state
clearly
of California does
insane.
not execute mental patients.
I don't know the names of the women I've killed, but I've killed many of them.
Okay.
Their necks are so fragile.
Stuart Ackerman, I am charging you with the murder of Teresa Terrellson.
Goddamn commie. Like, okay, confession. Okay. And that's how it's done.
A man down on his luck I can abide. But a filthy red who chooses to live outside the rules of society I cannot stomach.
Can't
Maybe poor
stand these
Teresa
damn
Terrellson will provide
commies.
the catalyst we need. I've spoken to the chief and the mayor, and I think it's time we send some men in to remove the godless and send them on their way over the county line. A grand day that will be, gentlemen. And a grand result you have brought me. You two are fast becoming my finest crusaders.
I would say, like, I do pretty much all the work, but, you know. Fatal felony, thank you for the 5 months. Ooh! I actually kind of killed that, you know? I kind of did what needed to be done. I got the job done. Oh, a little Jazz Friday?
Don't leave.
Only $4,626 in damage.
Torch zone when I'm burning.
When I'm burning. Now what's this broad doing? Another drunk broad.
Of course we will look into it. Yes, I'm aware that it's an election year. Keep a hold of your hat, Counselor. Now is not the time to lose your nerve. It would appear that someone has hocked a rose gold wedding ring and matching engagement ring. Sound familiar?
Deirdre Muller.
Press the pawnbroker and see what you can find out. The address is 348 South Main Street. The Muller case goes before the grand jury next week, and the DA does not want any egg on his face. Then get out to the railroad depot on Santa Fe Avenue. We have another poor unfortunate found this morning beside a railroad line.
Poor unfortunate broads.
Right, Skipper.
So drunk. So dead. Alrighty, folks. We are gonna leave the crime solving there for the day. Oh, you thought we were gonna get another. Oh, you silly goose. You silly gooses. I gotta keep the people wanting more, you know? Yeah, look. We need unsolved crimes, okay? That way I can stay in the job. That way, if there's an unsolved crime, then they need me back for more. How are there still women in LA? They seem to be in so much danger. I think we are quickly running out of broads who are drunk and can be murdered, but there's at least one more. There's at least one more moited broad. You know, these broads, they just keep getting themselves moited. That's why we got to keep them under lock and key. Okay, you can't let them out of the house. You can't let a broad out of the house. What did Rusty say? You give a broad the little bit and they just want everything. They just want more. Yeah, have they tried not getting moited? Have they tried that? Well, if they do, then I'm out of a job. Alrighty, you guys. Fun stream. Thanks for hanging with me. You give them an inch and then they want to vote. That's why we gotta take it back. We gotta take it all back. All right. We gotta make these broads. We gotta make these broads stay in the kitchen. They cannot leave the kitchen space for their own safety. Give them an inch. Next thing, they're asking for a divorce. Oh, this is about to go. Let me cancel. Oh, okay. Bye. Good night, everybody.